買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞。買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，把握機會買走雞，機會買出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個新聞住好過要出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走。買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，把握機會買走雞，機會買出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都無能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽 聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份複習，個身份住好過要出盡力都不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓第三，就份複習，個身份住好過要出盡力都不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過，咪就咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪就雞，到兩隻 chicken 啦，咪就雞。 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，嚼到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想份對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你就轉嘅啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運，有人無計。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
one. Shuts down the Sun Extreme just like that. And one big gets all four of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, the Kendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
We are here in the final sprint for the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful Contra. Welcome back to another week, ladies and gentlemen. Contra, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited and stoked for this weekend where we finally get to see some of the finest coming in from APAC to duke it all out and secure that top 4 spot in order to make their way into that PGS run. Of course, there's plenty to talk about, Sir Cloud. Definitely glad to actually have you on board coming into these final stages because there is just so much that we will have to unwrap, especially over the past weekend. The play-in stages were absolutely fire, where it boils down to that one final game in order to secure those top 8 teams in order to make the cut right into this finals.
Oh yeah, it was a really tight one, right, towards the end of last week. But it's a competition at the end of the day, so some teams have to bid goodbye fairly early on. But for the teams that qualified, it is not done yet. And in case, for whatever reason, you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, here's the overview of our tournament.
That's right, we've already wrapped up the play-in stages, and now we welcome on board some of the top dogs who have already been seeded into the final stages, and of course, join alongside with the teams that have qualified through the top 8 cut during the past weekends of the play-ins. Now, it's going to be all eyes on the prize, where the teams who secure the top 4 slots gets to PGS 7 and 8. So this is going to be super important, or else it'll be a super long off season for some of these guys out there. We've already taken 3 days of break and we had 3 days of action. So it's going to be jam-packed. 24 rounds starting from today till Sunday to see who will not only be our champions, but who will join the champions to be playing in the PGS.
Oh yeah, and this has been their journey so far from the play-in stage, and now we're in the final stage. And from the final stage, we will only pick the top 4 that will move on to PGS 7 and PGS 8. And that's what, like Contra, you mentioned earlier on, the teams that don't move on to PGS 7 and PGS 8 will have a long break. So you don't want to be outside the top 4, you want to be at least within that bracket.
And not only that, not only are there going to be these slots available, these teams are also hoping to take home something. And what's that? It's a whopping 80K on the prize pool. And not only that, over on to individual prizes, you also do have MVPs, where they walk with $1,000. And not only do we have the MVP titles as well as all these stats, you guys get to vote for which moment is the best, and they also walk home with another 650 richer.
Absolutely right. But at least, you know what? Everyone that joins here, they're guaranteed a certain amount of cash the moment they step in. And that includes the teams that unfortunately have been eliminated as well. But there's a lot more moolah to be grabbed by all these teams. So that we will conclude by the end of the week, of course. And speaking about the teams, we know our play-in teams. But our 8-seeded teams, here they are.
And of course, we have some of the finest out there. The world champions, the PGC champions, the Expendables are sure to play alongside with Team Flash, AG Global to represent the PBS region. And then we also do have the Masters, Decimate, QiWA Esports, where Flood has returned to Australia and hoping to bring the whole team from land down under to the global stages.
And we're going to play 6 maps as usual, ladies and gentlemen, starting off with Erangel, following up with another Erangel before we go to Rondo and then Taego, and we'll end the day with 2 Miramars to wrap things up. But of course, it's only day number 1, and the timing that you saw earlier on is +8 GMT. So wherever you're watching across the world, do adjust your timing accordingly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Saga is going to be watching as well. We were casting last week and we just have our jaws absolutely floored by the end of the run, because that play-in stage was already on a different level where it felt like the grand finals already. Of course, we had to say goodbye to a few notable names where Roy Esports were pretty much tied. I believe it was with HAPPIE Squad, but there was also the tiebreaker results that ended up with HAPPIE Squad also surpassing some of these guys out there. So of course, it's been a really grueling ride for some of these who have made the cut from the play-ins. But the big question here remains is that now that these teams who are directly seeded in the finals, they have not actually seen any form of action, will they have to make any form of adjustments moving into the matches, whichever map that they're going to be playing on? Because some of these teams coming in from the play-ins are already taking claim onto some of the territories. So it definitely gets a little bit dicey. We'll have to actually take a look into maybe the first couple of games to see if they can sort things out, or if they have already done so in scrims, then that is going to be the lesser worry. But this lobby, absolutely stacked. I may have actually talked about maybe some regions like the PVS and also the Masters region, only a slight tinge. But if we look at rosters coming from Theerathon 5, this roster looking hella scary, and I believe that they're definitely one of the hot favorites out here, and we're already getting ourselves ready for our first match of the day.
Yeah, no doubt. Tons of hot picks here. I mean, like what you said, right? This lobby is like super duper stacked. And, well, I kind of hope that they don't sort it out in the screams before this because we like to see early fights as well. We like to see a good amount of action throughout the entire map. And in game number 1, we get to see if that will actually happen. Or, well, like what you said, would they have sorted themselves out during the scrims? Or maybe they would have just researched each other and said that, hey, you know what, that spot, you can keep it. I'll go to somewhere else. And it also depends on what kind of flight path are we going to get.
Yeah, true enough. We've already seen a couple of island endings, as well as a lot of all these regions across the southern terrains. Overall, the grand finals definitely will have pretty much a lot of crazy instances, but to kick things off, I hope that the teams will get something that's going to be steady for them to play from. Speaking of which, of course, when we take a look at names of the list, Chopper Esports, we're glad to actually see them return into the APAC circuit, where they've been away for a very, very long time. This Thai team definitely was one of the legacy squads that have been shining really bright back in the era of 2020s or so. And after some really tough long circuit back in their home region, we are finally getting Sharper Esports back on track, and I'm excited to see them.
Oh yeah, a lot of interesting names coming back into this series. Of course, a lot of attention will be given to the world champions as well, the Expendables. Let's see, will they be the one to take home a lot of points this time, because competition is super duper tight. Anyway, we're going to jump out to Erangel. Let's head on to it.
Oh boy, here we go as we kick off our final stage here in the APAC qualifiers, as the PGS slots are on the line. Well, we still have plenty of rounds to go throughout the course of this weekend, but teams definitely got to get going from here on. And let's see who gets their engine started pretty much on the high note. This flight path actually starts from the southern terrains of the Sonaska Island, heading towards the corner of Zaki, a little bit skewed towards the western plain. So it is kind of telling that it may still include the island in this first phase, but we'll definitely have to wait for a little bit more. Of course, like you said, all eyes on the Expendables, the global champions, now joining into this lobby, looking to claim areas like Pachinki. I don't think that anybody wants to really challenge the world champs for that, but around them, there's definitely a lot of names if they were to rotate around the region.
You know what? I didn't get the chance to say this on broadcast, but the music is just amazing this season, including the starting music, like even like the countdown music as well. It's all really, really good. So shout out to production for putting out good music for us to be entertained while we wait for everything to mark its course. But we're gonna get a military base circle as the start.
Wow. I didn't mean to actually jinx it when I say that this is very likely to pull into the island, and I guess we're absolutely right on this one. HAPPIE squad, they're going to be A-okay. They're already planted directly in the middle of the base, but for the rest of these teams, they got to move, and they got to move fast. QiWA Esports, of course, one of the finalists coming out of the PMS region, has been able to at least make their mark, as they consist of the majority of all these ex-members of From the Future. So you have familiar names like what people call Simoy, but of course, back in Indonesia, he's fondly known as Chimoy. Or if we want to call it this season, then it's Yomik. Whichever one floats the boat.
Yeah, I think it's probably better for us to say Yomik, because if we say Chimoy, then the viewers might go like, who? Where? I don't see him.
Chimoy who?
Yeah, like Chimoy who? Like he's not on screen, you know. Is it another John Cena happening?
Oh, okay. Well, hope that Yomik doesn't turn heel if that's going to be the case. But if there's any heels out here, I guess like some of the top gunners coming in from the PVS region as well as the PTS, where of course Theerathon 5, they've been on a dominating streak throughout their whole circuit back in their own region, where Fluky has been a player that's been fragging every single round, and he's paired really well with the likes of Ranger X. Now, also keeping up to pace in the Thai circuit is Forest Natural Gaming. They've been around for the past couple of APAC runs. Despite last couple of seasons not really having that level of consistency, but they definitely have been able to form up really, really well, that they have kept up to the pace of Theerathon 5. So I definitely want to see what more can they actually bring to the table, and not forgetting Decimate. I guess everybody from the land down under as well as the OCE will be keeping their eyes onto this team.
Oh yeah, especially they're one of the key players of Flood, who used to play with the Team Falcons before this, and now he's back with the Australian team, Decimate Gaming. So that's going to be interesting to see how far he can go with the team. Of course, he himself, a veteran in the scene, he's been around for like the longest time. Like I remember seeing him even back in 2019 or so, or even 2020 when he started playing. And at some point, he even played with a BAE. So this guy has a long history in the PUBG scene. Looking forward to see if he's able to bring this team to glory with his new lineup.
Yeah, that's been an incredible run for them to qualify through the PMS stages, where they absolutely dominated. And when we take a look at the PVS region, who has played in the play-in stages, it's been a rough start coming in from WDG, but on that final game, they finally made it work, and they gotta make everybody sweat buckets, just like how TDT did. And we're already looking at a very early emergency pickup coming from eArena for them to safely get into the island. I think that it is rather safe for now that a lot of all these teams are still pretty much making their way, as I do want to check over the min-map as well as to how the rest of the squads are doing. It seems like eArena, so long as they would maybe pick like the off-skirts region, they should be absolutely fine if they were to drop maybe slightly north of the island. But if they drop directly, HAPPIE squad is definitely in for the challenge.
Yeah, we're going to see another emergency pickup as well now. So obviously, if the teams, they do have the option, they would definitely want to use this and try to get into mid to the base as quickly as possible. Because even like what you said, right? Teams who started using the emergency pickup, they would take those key areas around the mid to the base. And if you were to come late, like there might not be as many spots for you to land or to actually park yourselves. And you definitely don't want to go directly into mid to the base itself, because there's HAPPIE squad there, there's the regular drop spot, and they definitely know that place like the back of their hand, and it can be their fortress.
Absolutely, and immediately already going into action and getting a couple of attacks being sent towards the side of eArena. Seems like Norris is not really having the easiest start for today, while they are just hoping to hide out by the outskirts. Maybe there's a bunker where they could just keep themselves safe for now, but no compounds whatsoever. That's the struggle about moving in, and also not forgetting that since they've actually utilized the emergency pickup, they gotta also find vehicles if they were to move around the island as well. So the coast isn't exactly clear. The rest of TDT is already around the vicinity.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? You can land, cool, but in the area where you land, you gotta hope that you have the right vehicles. Yes, these teams, they know like, okay, these vehicles would definitely spawn here and so on and so forth, but how are you gonna fit all 16 teams with vehicles inside mid to the base, right? So not everyone can just use the emergency pickup and go there. So I expect to see a good amount of teams like travel on vehicle, maybe passing through the bridge to try to get into the mid to the base. That could be another option as well, because they know for sure at least they secure a vehicle per se. And at least, well, of course they have to make it past the bridge, that is. And to get in, it's not going to be easy as well. So you kind of like have to weigh your potential losses in that way.
Sure enough, and we're already getting the first knock coming through, and it's going to be Jacob now taking on the rest of TDT. So they are actually going blow for blow at the moment, while Cerberus Esports scores the very first point of the tournament. It seems like they have not let off any form of momentum coming in from the play-in stage, where they did manage to at least secure a top 4 finish by the end of the run. Cerberus Esports always going on the aggressive, but this time around, eArena hoping to eventually secure that point. I don't think that there's going to be any form of a reprieve for Huang to be actually safe, but little does he know, Larix, there's still somebody lurking around that corner, so he definitely has to double check if he does have any form of grenades. He's just by the corner of the walls, well, fence, if you may call it, but he's just going to stay put and keep silent throughout the course of it, while the rest of TDT spread a little thin, though. I wonder if they will be able to regroup later on.
They still have that space, and everyone has their own compound, so that's kind of like okay. But we also have another team actually infiltrating towards a mid to the base itself. So interesting enough. No challenges from HAPPIE squad. So they're going to let this one go for now. They're going to share mid to the base itself, which is fine since they must have looted enough anyway.
Yeah, true enough. And since it's esports mode, they should be able to at least secure majority of all these utilities. But Sharper Esports is the only one that tries to cut across the bridge and already receiving a couple of tags coming out of Decimate. It's not going to be an easy task for J-Die and Co to actually make their way past. J-Die has been one of the main fraggers of the team. They can't afford to actually lose him so early on. So they will try their level best to just keep themselves pretty much safe. Already a couple of all these smokes have already been deployed for Sharper to keep themselves afloat, while even the rest of Team Flash are slowly looking over onto what's happening over on the low ground. Perhaps they might actually take part as well. This team, also known as Buffalo Esports back in the PVS, has been picked up by Team Flash, and they've had all these veterans in there in the squad, like Long X and Full Voltage to lead. Not forgetting Koisama as well. So they're definitely going to be up for some shenanigans from this top of the hill.
Yeah, and so far they managed to pick this spot pretty nice, locking it down, and they can look over on the right side bridge. So it's going to make it even more difficult for Sharper Esports to actually cut across. But let's see how they're going to get that circle. If the circle is going to shift to somewhere else, we're going to go on to phase number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And the circle pulls towards the southern side. So both bridges, no circle at all.
Well, really tough luck for those guys who are holding a little further north of the island. They have to squeeze tight over onto the far south, but there's still plenty of space unclaimed for the moment. So we'll have to see how they actually get their way safely. So that's great news for Xavage Man, who's holding over onto the docks by the southern corner map. So they don't really have to move too far off from where they need to be. Else, some of these teams will just actually stay put. Whoever secured that military base, they will just use it for cover at this point in time until they're forced to rotate. Theerathon 5, of course, drop right in, and that's Haisaki being spotted out. Pat, is he going to pull the trigger? It seems like he has to do so because there is a form response coming from another squad as well. But unfortunately, that Mini 414 didn't really hit the mark.
Yeah, only one bullet, that's going to be enough. But at least he stamps his dominance to say that, hey, don't come into my area. Anyway, more teams coming towards mid to the base. Totally understandable since the circle shifted towards the southern side. Now we still have T5. But T5, okay, they're on the northern side. On the right side of the minimap, Team Flash has entered as well. So they left the Novo high ground to come in onto mid to the base. More teams will be coming in really soon.
Yeah, they're absolutely scratching their head, thinking how exactly would they be able to traverse without getting clipped by anybody else, including the likes of Team Flash, who started over onto the corners of Novo. They decided to also set their foot inside of the middle base, where it could always pull back towards the north. So no teams hoping to fully commit into any form of region just yet, but taking the center is always going to be a safe way to go around. So that's going to be the least of concern, where for now they're waiting for phase 2 to subside. But if we take a look at the outskirts as well, the last I checked, QiWA Esports, FW Esports, they're really far off. I believe they're still over on the mainland. They have not decided to cut their way into the island. But of course, by hook or by crook, they will have to do so. Decimate, early movers, I think they're going to be in for a really good round where they got some prime spots over south.
But these teams are still spending time in the blue. On the right side bridge, just on the outside of Milta and Tong K, waiting for the right opportunity. All right. Here comes AG, passing by him, but Tonki, okay, he has his teammates behind him, but they're not pulling the trigger at all.
Yeah, I guess it's better for them to just let them pass and then slowly trail right behind so that you don't overcommit yourself inside blue. I thought that perhaps they would pick up the last guy through that convoy, but it's just going to be okay. AG Global, who's been one of the top gunners coming in from the PVS region, have finally made their way through. But FW, they're being really patient about it. I think that they have just about enough jammer packs to outlast some of these zones, and of course, plenty of boosters to go around with. So they're going to be fine without any form of challenges. But for the rest of Sharper Esports, this isn't exactly the prime spot they really want to be, just by the corners of the radio tower and just by the edge of the base. But if we get a little bit further confirmation of where it's going to end up, and still 50% of that circle is in the waters.
And QiWA Esports on the left side bridge, it's taking their time though. Okay, still spending time in the blue. And while on the right side bridge, teams are starting to come in. Anyway, now it's time to migrate out of military base itself. And we have a good amount of teams inside of it. Let's see who will survive this one.
I guess not Ia. He's already getting knocked down in some of the words of time as well. So this is just going to be a tough ordeal for them to actually get things done. Elgin Bots goes back for the trade as these two have been noisy neighbors throughout the run. TDT goes for the exchange this time. Ia has been confirmed. So that's one member from the side of HAPPIE squad. Down and out. We're going to be out there in the fields with Xavage men securing a strong compound to see what's really going on over in North Point, where whoever exits out of that military base is going to get clipped for sure. But here comes Decimate Esports closing up against the rest of Sharper.
And Decimate, they have been kind of being in front of Sharper for the longest time, since the bridge area to this area now. Not letting go of each other yet, but they don't really need to force the fight. I mean, as long as they can hold on to their own side, they're not being forced to take this fight, I don't think they will truly force it yet, because you have so many teams in this kind of circle that you don't want to be third-partied in.
Absolutely, and Decimate just doing a really good job to try to zone some of these teams away by just puffer fishing, maybe shoot a couple of moving targets and just telling players not to go across. Meanwhile, Duck Mike goes down in the hands of FW's very own Tom K, while 6789 burns one member of FW Esports. These exchanges are going around while empty, hoping for a chance to steal it away, but it's going to be Eric Zapaloy that secures it for Sharper Esports.
And Empty is looking for his next target though, but they're kind of far away. Anyway, he doesn't really need to force it. It's more for the other teams on the outside right now to force themselves to get into the circle, but look at the amount of teams waiting for on the inner side. And MD will play a role to try to gatekeep Marcus from coming in. The blue is just right behind him. He has to run.
Yeah, it's really tough. Where exactly is safe for him to run, though? Look at the rest of WDG. They're just on the outskirts, slowly getting picked apart. Shots after shots coming in from the side of Empty to try to take him down. Not quite enough. While Sharper Esports are just looking for even more up against the rest of FW as they got caught up mid-rotation. Now it's only Tom K left, but where exactly can he actually find the spot? This is a trap being set by the rest of the Expendables as they will eliminate FW Esports, the first team to go out on the first round.
Oh, at the same time, we're going to see the next circle. And here we go. It's probably going to pull towards the land, but to which side? Towards the right side again. Decimate gets the circle, but there's also a good amount of teams currently inside of it, but also a good amount of teams that do not have the circle, especially on the left side. Look at those teams struggling to come in.
Yeah, speaking of struggles, the last I saw from the feed, the entire AG Global squad got blown up in the vehicle, and that was already being claimed by Cerberus' very own Solozzi. Cerberus have always shown that aggression in the play-in stages, and they were hoping to emerge as the champions of the play-ins. despite not doing so, they've always shown strength in their stride. But speaking of which, they're kind of sandwiched in between as well. Not the best form of cover. They do have a few vehicles to actually work with to form a bunker wall. TDT, they've only lost Hwang F, and they've always kept their eyes on the members of eArena. So far, working pretty well for the rest of eArena as they are just by the rim of the circle. They will be able to hold on, but the rest of them are still at work.
Long range here by Team Flash. What Team Flash needs to do right now is to figure out how they're going to get across this road. Look at this contrast. The moment they cut across, there's going to be a high ground for them to deal with. And there's also other teams that are waiting. Right now, with the advantage that they have, they took out Marcus. That's their opening to get across. At least they send one player across. But lots of gunfire from the other side.
Yeah, barely enough cover for Home Voltage to actually work with, but the rest of Team Flash, they about to hunker down. And the problem with this is that, as you said, this terrain is so difficult to actually drive all the way up. So that truck or that US is pretty much stuck out there with not much speed to actually pick up. So there will be an exchange coming from Flash as well as WDG for the moment.
Yeah, they could probably do that, but then again, the other problem is that you don't know who's on the other side of the hill. You don't want to like just charge, just to bump into another team, and then your whole squad gets wiped out. So that's going to be another problem. And that's why Team Flash, they're taking that step by step. Now, they need to consider how to move from here because about 55 more seconds, the next phase will be upon us. And the members of Team Flash, I wonder what's still across.
Yeah, and right now, Theerathon 5 is also joining into the corners of the zone. All of them going on foot. No, not much to be found here. They do have a couple of US right now that definitely gives off their position. Despite that, TDT is not really in the poised position to going for the exchange as well. Zayu still marking onto Norris. Does get the clean shot directly to the dome. So far, it's only down to Jacob, and Jacob has got to hightail out of that situation, and it's just so difficult. All these teams stuck over at North Point are on that gridlock. Nobody gets to get past that spine, like you said, and I guess they just really have to scrap their way out of this fight.
And that includes T5 as well. They're in a similar amount of trouble as Team Flash. Well, the next phase will be upon us, and obviously right now they had to cut across the road. Team Flash and Team 5 in the toughest possible position.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, that circle does actually favor the world champions, the Expendables, guaranteeing themselves about 50% of that zone. So it's going to make things a lot harder for the rest of the pack. And I guess it's about how many points can they actually secure before ending this very first round. And when we take a look at the leaderboards at the moment, we have some healthy records coming in for those who are still left alive and those who will even bow out, at least garnered a point or two. Can't say the same about AG Global, where they were caught out of mid-rotation. But for Daytrade, the champions of the play-ins, they have a rather safe journey so far. They've been able to get some activations going, securing that 2 points, but definitely needing a whole lot more. But here comes Flood, spots out Lucky J, and that one tap is all it took to take out Xavage, man.
Yeah, nice one with the Juggernaut there. Managed to secure that one elimination point. Now looking for more. Okay, the neck. Within the smoke, he sees one target, tapping it away with MK12, but not able to hit his target yet. Again, Team Flash, they're in trouble right now. The blue will be upon them very, very soon. And Bina is going to be the final player for Team Flash. He's taking a lot of damage. Will he be able to heal up in time? He should be able to. But the bigger problem is that how is he going to cut across?
Yeah, God blast the gem attack to keep himself alive. QiWA Esports next one to fall out, while the rest of Theerathon 5 crashes the gates open and takes out the entirety of TDT Esports. They went out with a bang. Marcus also goes in for an exchange, takes out the rest of Team Flash. Two teams gone in the blink of an eye, and the rest of eArena, they find this opportunity to push out. And while Fluky is still trying to keep himself afloat, I don't think that he's going to last all too long. And now this fight is between WDG and eArena.
Oh, as much as Fluky wanted to deny away the point, but Jacob from eArena actually took him out and will claim that point for eArena. Now we're down to only a handful of teams left. 5 more teams to be exact. eArena somehow did not make it into the circle.
take a look at WDG. Just by holding over onto the spine of this hill, they farm out the rest of it. We saw them hightailing out of that situation over south where Decimate pushes them overboard to hold over on the north point, but that actually paid so much more worth where WDG right now sits at 9 points in terms of elimination. Now looking for a whole lot more. Chopper Esports goes to push. Decimate Gaming finally needing to at least run towards the side of the circle and still keeping the rest of Chopper Esports at bay by tagging on to J-Dye and now looking for Herbs as well.
Oh, and speaking about WDG, they have 9 kills right now. 1 more to go to make it 10. And for Decimate Gaming, time for them to get into the inner side of the circle. But before that, they have to deal with teams on the side. If not, they might be backstabbed. We're also going to keep an eye on the next phase of circle. But before that, Chopper Esports Eliminator Circle favors the Expendables.
Do you notice, Sir Cloud, that it's only phase 6 and we're down to 4 teams already?
Oh, yeah.
And you thought that the play-ins were absolutely rapid fire rounds. This is even quicker. And here comes HAPPIE. He gets a double trade of a knock. And this is just going to open the floodgates for Decimate Gaming to go on the rush to stop the streak of WDG.
Oh, but Decimate Gaming, they want to go for more eliminations. They saw another team on the other side. They will take another angle onto WDG, but they have to be careful as well because there's another team right in front of them. It's going to be the Expendables. The Expendables, I wonder if they are able to be seen by the Expendables. Anyway, it's going to be WDG just right in front of them right now. Only 4 players left. And if they can wipe them all out, they will have an entry point into the next circle.
So many of all these definitely is being thrown at the side of WDG, but they managed to even go for that reset. The rest of Decimate decided not to actually go in for the full rush because they're not exactly within the zone. Now they're fighting for that position while WDG rips another one apart. How on earth were the rest of the Expendables crashing out where they suddenly received all the attention coming from WDG as well as Daytrade at the very same time?
Oh, Decimate Gaming from the north. Now they come down to the southern side. Next target is going to be Daytrade Gaming in front of them. They have to win this fight against Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming will play the gatekeeping role to try to stop them from coming in. Both teams by the edge of the circle. And now phase 6 is closing. They have to make this fast.
You can actually take the time as well where they've been able to at least navigate some of all these open terrains that they can actually claim for themselves. So plenty of open real estate for the rest of this mid to actually claim, while they still have 4 members strong to eventually challenge up the rest of Daytrade members. I don't think they had full info onto members of Daytrade, whereas WDG, they've been spotted since that push that they had. So it's all about who gets the pick off, and it's gonna be Taego looking for this opportunity as he takes out 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're only in the shack to try to seek a form of refuge. So I guess we're just gonna see that 4v4 happen for now until WDG becomes a thorn in the flesh for the rest of the other parties.
Yeah, it's going to be between WDG, Daytrade Gaming, and Decimate Gaming for the chicken dinner. Flash will be knocked down. Okay, that could be an opening for Decimate Gaming to come in.
This is just going to be a little tough for Daytrade to even go in for the save. Flash quickly bleeding out, so they have to play this one as 3 members. But Taego quickly goes in to tap one out one that Dragunov to make a very quick exchange. So it's still going to be 3v3. Empty rushes through, but gets taken out by Marcus instead. And all of a sudden, this is going to be the tides to be turned, but not quite enough. Flood still secures it, but it's only down to 1, while the rest of Daytrade looking to close out the game with a chicken dinner of their own. As the champions of the play-ins are here to dominate once more.
Marcus! He became the kingmaker in that 3-way fight. If it was not because of Marcus, then Decimate Gaming might have a different result. But even Decimate Gaming themselves, they were surprised by the fact that they went into the shack. There was Marcus still there. Marcus took them out, and then the rest was history.
My goodness me. We kick things off here on a rapid fire round, and Daytrade still has this one in the back, but there were all these commotions happening all across the island since it's another Sanoska ending, and you saw how many names were taken off the list by the end of phase 4, where there's barely enough room for all these players to play. Daytrade, they have lost safety net coming in from the south, and they eventually play for that late game skirmish. But the rest of Decimate, they kind of took the bait right there, where they tried to eliminate that member of WDG. I guess that was a heavy price to pay off.
But also the push by T5, I gotta give it to them as well. The fact that there was that one push that they won the fight, and then they have that one last player behind just to buy a little bit more time, probably going for more placement points if he could. But that was a good one there by T5 as well, though it was, of course, a very, very difficult circle. And it's shown here in the highlights. Team Flash caught out because of the circle. They had a very hard time crossing the road, and they didn't really survive that long, but it's totally understandable. It was an almost mission impossible.
Yeah, it was such a difficult round, but WDG were the big victors of this round, with so many of all these eliminations being picked up by just securing whoever wraps up around the north point, where eArena had their fair share of struggles to round 5. You can name all the names in the list, and Decimate, this was basically the best chance to actually shut off the entirety of WDG, but they were looking for a better position to play out from, which wasn't actually wrong to begin with, but kind of left them off the hook for a little bit, where the rest of WDG took that opportunity for Marcus to eventually pull off with that heist.
Oh yeah, and Taego, in a different universe, actually took out both of them, including Marcus. Then Decimate Gaming wouldn't be that surprised. Okay, yeah, this was the final moment that Marcus had to take out one player of Decimate Gaming. I mean, if he did not do that, then it's probably going to be a different result. But Daytrade Gaming, they took advantage of the situation and scored this chicken dinner with 7 total kills.
It's kind of crazy that we saw Taego in action, but it was actually Belmont that secures majority of all these points. And it's kind of telling you that the entirety of Daytrade were just looking for third-party action. They're just slowly picking off all the other teams that were in the midst of rotation, where it wasn't full conversion rates as per se, but Belmont definitely has been able to nail majority of all these players down in the lobby. Taego, 444 damage, but it will definitely be Belmont to take the MVP title.
Oh yeah, with 5 kills, 335 damage, and 3 knockouts. I mean, the ratio, if you kind of think about it, right? 5 kills and 335 damage. He's more of the finisher in this round, if you kind of think about it. But at the end of the day, of course, the points that matter. If you're able to finish, if you're able to even steal away kills, I mean, why not? You're still bringing the points to your team.
Absolutely, and it's been a really clean run coming in from Daytrade, but that's not quite enough to overtake WDG on the feisty run, where they managed to secure 13 kills in the span of that 25 minutes or so. So WDG find themselves on the top of the podium at this very moment, where, of course, last week throughout the play-ins, they had a lot of work to be done. So it's great to see them thriving to kick off the first map of the day.
Oh yeah, it was such a difficult circle, right? That the fact that only one team is able to get a double digit when it comes to total amount of kills, yeah, and that's of course WDG, and everyone else is on a single digit because they spend so much time just trying to get into the circle, trying to cut across other teams, trying to get a good position, and so on and so forth, that some of these teams did not get any points at all. We got 4 different teams at the bottom not able to score anything, including AG, where we saw them taking the right side bridge. They managed to cut across, but they were not able to get into probably like phase 2 or 3 into the circle, and it went out without any points.
Yeah, you made a really fair point. Some of these early movers into the islands didn't exactly get the best out of the situation, where you saw HAPPIE squad, they were directly planted inside Sumak's military base. Because they got bamboozled by that zone that's pulling further towards the south side, it made it really difficult for them to rotate over onto the southern portion of the map. So same could be said about AG Global, where, of course, this is definitely not the kind of level of performance that they're hoping for, but who can actually blame them? A lot of all these big names out there were really having a tough time despite having some really good zones. So that's just game 1. You could just wipe that off the list and call it warm-up, because military ending on the first round to kick things off. You know the next couple of maps to be played out is going to be even crazier than that. So I definitely want to keep my eyes onto what's going on over onto maybe a little bit more of a normal setting when we move into the next Erangel, because we haven't really got maybe more direct fights headed into anyone's favor, if that's to be the case.
Dude, if you call that warm-up, it's like my gym instructor telling me to run a full marathon straight up as a warm-up. that is like, okay, no warm-up, guys. Just jump into the game. Okay, let's just go at it. Let's run a marathon directly without any warm-ups, no stretches. You ain't got no time for that.
Yeah, like you guys are the very best of APAC. You definitely gotta be ready at all situations. And of course, true enough, WVG proves that they still have that high fragging potential where we wish we get to see a lot more of this during the play-ins. But glad to see they fix some of all these errors that they've committed, whether it's like over-exhausting themselves in the midst of some of the battles. Now they are actually picking really smart fights in order to reap the rewards. Decimate, clearly had plenty of potential moving into this round where they were looking really sharp, zoning a lot of these teams away, including initially WVG that was shoved over onto the North Point. But what really went on is that perhaps there was just a little bit of a comms error that could have actually been refined a little bit more for them to cleanly eliminate some of the members of Daytrade as well as WVG at the same time. Daytrade, so far, the major challenge that they had was to actually take on Xavage Men, because the last I saw coming into phase 2 and phase 3, Xavage Men had those compounds over on the south side, and after they were wiped away, there was clearly no threat whatsoever moving into the side of Taego and Co. But my surprise is we saw TE had the zone. They had a wide spread over on fields, and all of a sudden, they just got wiped away by Decimate, Daytrade, and WVG at the same time. So that, to me, was absolutely baffling. I didn't really get to see what kind of went on, but hopefully we eventually put 2 and 2 together for us to know that, TE, they were just slowly being singled out.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of our attention was put towards the northern side, like those teams like Team Flash and T5 that wanted to cut across the road. And that was a very, very interesting situation for us to keep an eye on. Yeah, while that was happening, of course, the whole fight, which happened on the left side, that includes the Expendables, that happened at the same time. And yeah, somehow they just got eliminated. But like what you said, right? A lot of the teams were actually on the northern side at some point. So the teams on the left side weren't that many. But somehow the Expendables, they were not able to hold their ground. But maybe like what you say, right? It's a warm-up round for them. It's like, okay, cool, guys, warm up. So now we warm up hard, okay? We warmed up hard. We warmed up with a full marathon. Now we can do the 5 kilometers, the half marathons. It's probably not going to be a problem. I mean, we're talking about the world champions here.
Yeah, I mean, other than world champions, I'm pretty sure that there's a hit list coming out there. Of course, on this PGC champions. And other than that, some of these guys who have definitely meet each other, whether it's from the PTS region, the Masters, or even the PVS, you are definitely seeing that they're not going to be holding back at all. Where Cerberus Esports, they kick things off in the play-in stages, just having literally a walk in park. Paisaki has been really nailing anything that moves, and somehow moving into this matchup, Cerberus Esports, despite not really having the cleanest run whatsoever, they're still at least hitting a decent mark into some of the margins that they've been able to acquire in this matchup. So we definitely want to see if they will be able to match up to speed of what Daytrade has been able to do. Where Daytrade, they've got some of the most amounts of chicken dinners, just like how Cerberus Esports have been able to do back in the day 2 of play-ins. So, of course, it's still a little bit too early to tell on to who's really having the best out of the tempo of play, because one, we start off having that crazy 40K marathon in the very first game. So I guess you made a really strong point where if there's going to be any challenges, it's not going to be too surprising moving into the next stage.
Yeah. Though I hope that the opposite happens, though. Not going to lie. I mean, it was an entertaining circle. Players will hate us for saying that, but, we wouldn't mind seeing this kind of circle again. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. But anyway, like all PUBG tournaments, it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end. So there's still a lot more games to go. So teams that probably think to themselves that they didn't do as well as they would have wanted, they still have games to recover. And of course, we're going to repeat Erangel again.
True enough. I like that you brought up about marathon running, and of course we got 4 days a run for them to actually pull off, and managing their tempo or find a certain form of rhythm. At least things went off for a good start for not only WDG, but also for some of these guys who've been able to at least prove a really strong point. So far, looking at the current big victors coming into the round one, it seems like the playing stage teams have gotten a clear idea of how they really want to execute some of their plans in order to make things work. Whereas this being the first game that was played off by some of the seeded teams, I guess that they are just looking for a sort of formula or rhythm to actually cling on to. But we'll see on how this course of battle will be like over onto the phases of what it will bring to the table here in our second match of the rank.
I also want to point out that we did discuss about the potential drop spot clash. So far, based on game number 1, there's no drop spot clash. So to note there, all the chaos was because of how the circle was, and probably teams don't really have time to like, okay, I want to get your draws. No, we ain't got time for that. We got to get into the main to the base. But things might change after this as well. We're going to keep an eye whether there's going to be a trend or whether it's a one-off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to game number 2, Erangel.
You know, Cloud, it's quite interesting to actually see that we're moving into game 2 so quickly, and that last game didn't require us to wait till it's phase 8 or 9 to draw it all out. So it just tells you how sharp these players are in the lobby, where of course we have the finalists coming in from APAC. This is only day 1. And if you guys stick around, we also do have surprises for you, where of course everybody walks home a winner at the end of the day, and it might just be you guys who might actually bag some really cool stuff coming from the guys of PUBG. And speaking of which, a couple of G coins if you guys are quick enough to claim whatever pops up on stream, of course. So keep your eyes peeled out for that. Last round, it was from the islands into Zarki, and this time around, it's by the corners of shooting range moving back into the island. So we're kind of doing things in reverse now. Are we going to move into shooting range this time around?
Hey, all the way to Severny, let's go. Or maybe with Zarki. We don't really get to see that kind of circle, so why not, right? That could be a pretty interesting circle as well. And thanks, Contra, for reminding all of us as well that we'll be doing a giveaway later on. So keep an eye on the code that will be distributed during a game 4 onwards. But exactly when, we're not going to let you know. You got to stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Now, coming back to the game, we have 3 different teams on a military base. And when it comes to the first circle, well, it might look like a kind circle, Contra, but there's that small possibility that the circle will still go up north to the shooting range island.
Yeah, we can worry about that later on, but take a look at the island though. You got Decimate, you got Team Flash and the HAPPIE squad, and they're funneling themselves over onto the far western bridge. And across that bridge, you have the rest of these pack of TDT waiting to gatekeep them from even moving around. So I guess the best option here is for them to find an emergency pickup to land, I don't know, somewhere in the middle of the fields of Gatka. I was asking Saga, like, are we finally gonna get any games inside of Gatka? Maybe this is where I finally get something that I've been waiting for, to see how technical some of these battles can actually get. But of course, either way, it's still not gonna be an easy task for all the teams on board. HAPPIE squad, they managed to at least safely loot inside of Sonaska for these past 2 rounds, but even despite them getting that early leverage of getting that zone, they didn't actually make too much of a use of that. So we'll have to see this time with a little bit of a difficult trajectory for them to get in the circle. How would they actually fare this time around?
Interesting that you mentioned that you would love a Gatka. I was expecting you to say that, oh, you would love a Pachinki kind of circle, since you do like yourself an urban warfare.
Me too. Yeah, I like a little bit of both. Like, when it comes down to, you know, some of all these technical skills where you want to look at players picking apart each other, I think that, you know, playing around the region of Olympus, that high mountain top, as well as the open fields, is really, really challenging, as you've got to both manage your resources and also keeping yourself alive at all times, right? So it's something that I really want to see coming in from the best of APAC. So that's why I've been hoping to actually see them duke it all out on that region.
And you mentioned about managing resources, right? So I noticed that T5, they actually took the Gakka Mountain. So that is a spot that you need to manage your resources, assuming that you do stay there like multiple phases. Because once you're up there, yes, you can look over other teams, you can potentially take shots, but for you to recover, for you to reloot again, it's going to be pretty difficult. Even if you're able to secure elimination points from the top of the Gakka Mountain, but still the box is like all the way down. And for the most part, like teams don't really want to go there just to get those boxes because there's a risk of other teams being around. So you really need to be efficient in the usage of your bullets if you're all the way up there.
True enough, or the only way for you to restock is to beat another team that does challenge the mountaintops of what some may call that to be Mount Olympus, right? Well, of course, we don't want it to get too confusing since there is a player called Olympus in this match who has played back in days for Forest Natural Gaming. And I believe he's kind of still there as well. Speaking of Forest Natural Gaming, it didn't really seem like we've gotten too much action going in favor of them in that very past round. But at the very least, they can recuperate where they walked away with 0 points, unfortunately, and that's that matchup. So now that things are stabilizing, it seems, it's going to be a clean early phase here in Stage 1, and AG Global already stocking up onto what seemed to be care package to drop directly for Destroyer to loot up from. And he's already got that AW in hand. Perhaps AG Global's going to be going up that mountain to slowly snipe players down.
Yeah, I mean, with the AWM, if you don't go up to the mountain, might be a bit of a waste. But let's see, it will be wasteful here right now because Hudat, he has to defend his gun. He managed to get one, he got two!
Oh.
Back to back by Hudat. So far, so good to defend himself against Sharper Esports.
Wow, he's so oiled up to take on the rest of them, and he's still being charged at the member that made his way through the buildings. It's really down to this 1 versus 1 standoff. Thunder is so far looking really sharp as he just got transferred into the squad, coming from Forest Natural TEM Entertainment for the past season. The rest of AG Global holding strong to this compound, but Thunder's, what more can he do this time when you have all 4 players waiting in wings to just take you down?
Well, we talk about AG going up to the high ground. Now they won't have the time. They have to take the spike. He must get Thunders. And right now, Sharper Esports, they're still not able to recover yet. 2 players currently down. AG, you're going to secure this elimination point, and it's going to be Huda taking out Thunders.
And quickly going for the exchange. He does have maybe a little room to wiggle with, but Irv's slowly cutting across Sir T. But it's going to take his time to single out some of these targets while the rest of Sharper Esports still unwilling to fully commit into this compound, trying to flush them off with whatever deflates, and the AG dropping it hot with great spray onto the knockdown members of Sharper Esports just to secure whatever is in hand. So it's all down to Daydai right now. He must already taking charge as everybody's swarm. He gets a pixel on the head, but not quite enough. AG Global, they're just shredding out Sharper Esports to have recently just joined in the APAC circuit.
Clean defense here by AG Global. 4 early eliminations, 4 early points for themselves. And now they might want to consider to go up to the Gakka Mountain. But by this phase, it might be a little bit too late unless the circle forces them to go up there. So we keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. While now, Happy Squad, welcome to the main peninsula. In front of them, another team is going to be waiting. That's going to be Team Flash for them to cut across this Milta area. They don't really need to force it yet. It's not on the outside of the circle. Or is it? Oh yeah, it is on the outside of the circle. So they still need to kind of force their way through unless they choose to U-turn.
Yeah, it's quite the gridlock situation that they're finding themselves into. Both of these teams were actually inside of the island, and somehow Happy Squad, they were slightly late into the scene, and the rest of Team Flash just setting up this big trap where 10 Trip knows very well that it's all about spotting whichever targets coming in from these members of a Team Flash in order to make their way across, or else Happy Squad, they're just going to be pretty much locked in there pretty tightly, or else taking a big wraparound is not going to give them any form of space to even play over onto that Ferry Pier section, because there's still a couple of teams waiting around that sector. So they are willing to fully commit on this one. QiWA sees them jumping right into the vehicle, quickly eliminates 10 trip, perfect taps, cutting across, while QiWA getting a little bit more on the exchange as well. So Happy Squad, they're just really gonna have to scrap for this one.
Oh man, at the same time, the blue has arrived. And will be gotten down by B-Neck as well. B-Neck tries to get his next target. One last hit is needed for him to secure another one, but he's not able to land his shots. Anyway, Happy Squad, there's still another player on the left side. Okay, there goes Arjunbots to the zone itself. Will be gotten down by B-Neck. And it's only Evil Patrick, the final player for Happy Squad. I was kind of surprised as well, the fact that Happy Squad, they forced themselves on the right side of this bridge. I thought that it would have been better for them to try to take the risk on the left side bridge instead.
Yeah, the last I checked, it was like, what, 4 squads the time that they were bunched up together. So perhaps the best way around was actually to follow suit onto what seemed to be this sequence of what happened over on the screen. Perhaps what could be the better decision is for the rest of Happy Squad to just convoy all together with Evil Patrick to try to cut right into that Milto sector and then rotate very deep over onto the outskirts in order to make their way past Team Flash. If you were to risk it, maybe only 1 or 2 players gets picked off. Now it's only down to Evil Patrick.
Yeah, and for him alone, the most that he can do right now is to try to hold on for placement points or maybe try to get like long-range steals. We'll see what happens next. Right now, what's happening is going to be Kiss. It's going to be kissing the floor right now. Unfortunately, eliminated.
Yeah, QiWA quickly just singling him out where they were trying to make a late rotation coming in from the North Point, but unfortunately, some of the finalists out of the Masters region, QiWA Esports, has got them pretty much gated off. So they're going to have that safe passage to move directly into Rozak, which somehow still sees a little bit more of that area to play off from. So that's going to be fine for a checkpoint, but this region is absolutely centered around the boatyard as well as ruins. So it's not going to be an easy task for those who are a little bit further across that field of Gatka where Theerathon 5, they may not hang around for too long, but they got to ensure that ruins is going to be safe for them. They're going for a trade. Lucky goes for the exchange up against Delwyn. The Expendables decide not to really overcommit, so good on them where they're going to be looking for a better spot to hold on to. But Theerathon 5, now if they were to advance, they expect to go blow for blow against TE.
Well, I thought you were going to pull off a pun there. They expect to meet the Expendable.
Close enough.
Yeah. I'm trying.
I didn't think about it. I never thought about it, but I guess I could use that.
Okay, we can try again. I'm pretty sure that they will clash again with each other. I mean, both teams are very, very close by, especially with the fact that T5, they came down from the Gadka Mountain or Mount Olympus, like how you like to call it. And it doesn't look like TE or the Expendables, they're looking to leave that spot yet. For now, that is, for now. Probably it depends on how the next phase will go. But at least speaking about the zone phase, the zone is kind of nice this time. I mean, it's mostly on the main peninsula. We don't see much of it going towards shooting range anymore. So teams can at least have a breather this time.
Yeah, true enough, especially for Decimate, who's playing over on the far south. There's actually a lot more playable area on the outskirts of Pochinki where Decimate don't really have to go for that wide swing of rotation. So staying put where they are, if they were to take the spine of the Potato Hills or so, well, Potato Hills is on the other side, but if they were to just to expand on the outskirts, they can actually find a lot of all these late runners from that field of Gatka, and then that's where those points will be coming in to the backs of Decimate if they do exchange well enough. Cerberus Esports losing their patience as we're hearing a couple of shots. Puffer fishing, maybe hoping to fish out some of these members of Happy Squad to be eager to take a peek. But it seems like they're not falling prey to that. Happy Squad got their own problems to sort, and that was only Evil Patrick now that squeezes really tightly into that area. Patrick, I really do hope that he does pull off a long hurdle into this match, since they're only down to 1 member right now. So far, looking so clear. Team Flash got those 3 points from Happy Squad, while the rest of the party still not really getting too much out of it.
Yeah, what helped Evil Patrick to actually survive is that a lot of the teams try to play as close as possible to the middle of the circle before this phase, that is. That's why he has that entry room into the current phase of the circle. And speaking about the circle, looks like he's going to go towards the Ruins area or somewhere in between Ruins and also Pachinki. And we still have a good amount of teams within this phase of the circle. I want to keep an eye on T5 earlier on. T5 managed to get into the circle still within phase number 3. So they don't really need to force themselves to take that fight against the Expendables early on. I expect them to still stay at where they are and probably try to gatekeep any other teams that try to get into the circle.
Yeah, from that mini-map, I think what's really interesting is that 2-2 split coming from Cerberus Esports, where they were at the edge of this current phase, as well as taking the direct center. So I expect them to regroup directly mid center for them to just secure that compound. Meanwhile, Patrick's on the drive, just passing by the rest of Team Flash as they kept themselves busy with the rotating WDG members who have managed to win a chicken dinner on that past round. Now, like I said, T5, they don't really have to make a move, so the onus is definitely on the side of Daytrade, who's wrapping around the open fields of Gaka, so we expect to maybe see some form of exchange, but Patrick's getting himself some attention right now with the rival of WDG.
Not the attention that he would have wanted. I mean, it's also WDG that we're talking about. Remember that WDG actually scored the most amount of kills in the previous round, so that's kind of scary. Anyway, destroy. He might destroy WDG. Marcus will be gunned down, so that might buy Evil Patrick a little bit of time.
Yeah, that early AWM pickup absolutely giving him all the benefits to go in to search and destroy. I guess I finally nailed one of these points. Well, Evil Patrick, he actually spots him out, but it's 6, 7, 8, 9 very quickly on the exchange as well to be able to land a bullet through. Pat, though, kind of at least drawing a lot of attention coming in from these members of WDG, and it tries to make something work out of that, but it's going to be a rip that will take him apart. So WDG, absolutely all hands on deck, secures one more point, while Trick got caught off on rotation. This could be eArena Jacob to steal away from Daytrade game.
Oh yeah, that's going to be another point for eArena. Actually, their first point this round. Great pickoff during the rotation. The Expendables. Okay, we saw them earlier on. Looks like they're putting a lot of pressure on the QiWA right now. They managed to puncture one tire out of their vehicle, but they still have other vehicles, so it's not the end of the world for them just yet. Anyway, QiWA, so far, a good spot for them. They have this compound to work with. But we're going to switch our attention right now to the right side of the circle, just on the outside of Boatyard. AG Global against Team Flash. And Team Flash, they want to try to take over this compound now.
Yeah, they're playing about the outskirts, and the rest of AG Global, they have not really rotated too far off from this Boatyard, but they might actually be forced to. None of these squads over on the extreme edge of it is going to be benefiting for the moment, so they will commit to this fight nonetheless. AG Global now setting up a couple of smokes just to try to form a little bit more decoy up against the rest of Team Flash, as they find it really hard to actually take out High Mass. They're dropping in Blow Zone's grenade, hoping to clip him fully, but he does have a jam pack to at least soak up some of the damage. It seems like one of the nades might actually connect, bring him down to 29, but he's still got that first 8. The rest of Flash hunting out.
And he must be healing up right now. But Team Flash is taking advantage of that situation. They're trying to sniff out the remaining members of AG Global. Okay, AG. Himas on the other side. Okay, nice stun grenade onto him, and QiWA gets punished by beautifully executed by Himas. And Destroy comes in to take out Long X as well. Himas take out B-Nex. Team Flash falling apart in the hands of AG. What a beautiful execution by Himas and the entire AG.
That was a masterclass. He just relays that information back to the whole team, and you saw him priming that Flash through that window up against Team Flash, ironically. And just like that, they all got funneled through the staircase and now down to Hung. And he's getting charged by WDG at the same time, fighting for that position, 6, 7, 8, 9. He drops in that plate right underneath the vehicle. He has to get in an open space, and that nade is good enough to take out Team Flash.
It actually bounced below that vehicle. Man, that was precision at its best. Beautifully, beautifully executed. Very technical, very difficult to do, but he was able to do it. I mean, that's why these players, they're playing, and we're here admiring them playing, right?
Absolutely. And from the pad to the far, there's just no safe place to call home for the side of Team Flash. They did walk away with 3 points up against these members of Happy Squad. And here comes the Monarchs dropping directly over onto the outskirts of GT. And then this one connects. eArena making magic happen from thin air. And look at how far they are. Now this might actually open up the gates, whereas the rest of TDT, instead of getting pounced on by the side of eArena, they waste no time. They try to charge over on the outskirts while they try to also recover some of their teammates. But eArena, they're not going to waste any more time. They will try to hunker down and hold off that position up against TDT.
Oh, at the same time, so many teams within the circle. Delwyn will get Banana One. And Banana One now bleeding out. Waiting for the moment for Delwyn to finish him off, but so far not showing yet on the elimination feed. Anyway, we have now TDT trying to defend the ground against eArena. eArena on the lower ground, but they continue to defend their ground and at the same time stamp that dominance against this area where TDT is at. Trying to get the next target. TDT eliminated by eArena.
My, even FW crashed out these gates as they got pummeled by some of the members of the Expendables as well as T5 at the very same time. Sizzy in action as they will slowly wear them down. 3 points in for side of eArena so far, looking absolutely healthy and alive. And the rest of Decimate Esports have just arrived over in the southern corner of the map. They are going for all these exchanges, but by the time that Decimate is ready, these guys of eArena, they're going to be absolutely exposed over on the lower ground. And they just got to be absolutely careful. Now they're wrapping around the wings, moving into the far western areas of the map, eventually challenging the rest of QiWA around the outskirts. But for now, TDT kind of missed a mark where they're happy enough to at least be able to survive with those two members, but nothing gained so far by TDT.
And you know what? AG is not stopping yet. Now there are 9 eliminations for AG. They're on the roll right now. Anyway, Oliver just got empty. Empty now down on the ground. He needs the teammates to come save him. Let's see how far his teammates are. But at the same time, they need to manage Xavage Men Esports on the other side of this circle. And they're coming into the circle itself. Shouldn't be too much of a trouble for them to get in. I would say with the current phase of the circle, the toughest one is going to be Decimate.
It definitely will be pretty tough, but at least with all these attention being drawn towards the side of TDT as well as eArena, they do have a little bit more of that safety net of the room, but going up against Daytrade, it's definitely going to be a tall task at this moment because they got that bit to actually cover themselves. Force this time bow out pretty early, not making the points just yet from the placements, but Hamas, you find himself another mortar, landing it upon these members of WDG, and they're gonna make it rain from above. We're gonna see Hamas driving right past, but he's going to flip from the midst of this rotation with the rest of WDG. Absolutely prepared. Rip so far on fire today.
At the same time, Tanbu wants to steal away a couple of elimination points. And the Rip, very, very low right now. Only 5 health left. Can he actually survive this one? But he needs to defend his ground against so many other teams around him. But AG, they are still on a rampage. They have scored 10 kills so far, but finally eliminated.
It's just an absolute bloodbath through the ruin sector. You saw how many boxes, how many crates of bodies were on the floor by the time that they finished their rotation. And Windy Gaming so far, having a clear passage, Rip somehow survives. He managed to also recover Tito at the very same time and now takes on the rest of Xavage Men. I thought he was a goner. You saw how many of all these nades were putting right across. AG kind of overaggressed a little bit right there, and that is to their own doing at the very same time. The Expendables were over on the far north to be able to hold out, and right now, CES, they are having that only real estate inside of the zone. They can't actually make this work. Daytrade still holding off all these teams from that south corner map. So this is going to get even more difficult. And look what we have here. QiWA, they got themselves a little bit of bunker to hide out, but I'm afraid that's not part of the zone, buddy.
Oh, they have to move out soon. But more teams are actually getting into the circle right now. Anyway, Xavage Men Esports going to come in from the southern side. They're going to navigate around this hillside. They should be able to get in, not going to be a problem, but they're going to meet up with WDG later on. Decimate Gaming, right now, they have to figure out how are they going to cross the road with teams waiting on the other side.
Just trying to clear some of all these areas, and plenty of all these smokes have to be deployed right now. Decimate, They will have to go on foot, and there's definitely a whole lot of crowd over onto their left-hand side, so they're funneling all their resources over onto a weakened side of the X-Men if they could. Speaking of X-Men, they're still trying to take out these two members of WDG, but they've been unrelenting as they're not budging from that position. This is just going to be a stronghold for them, but Lucky J, he doesn't care. He's going for a push. Meanwhile, T's doing exactly the same coming from north, so this is going to be WDG absolutely savage. Where Taego already ripping apart, taking out Rip, and there's just only T to try to salvage this situation, but it's too much to handle right now. They did manage to pull off quite a lot of all these points, but it's now Savage Man trying to hold down the line. It's going up against Cloris and Dylan, and that's not going to cut it at all. Down to Oliver and KZ now to try to pull them down. But TE, they definitely have a lot more numbers to work with. So Oliver, he just got to sit tight out there and hope that the rest of these teams are going to funnel some resource over onto the Expendables.
Oh, he's not out of it yet. Here comes the Expendables, illuminating Oliver. The Expendables, they see, they conquer, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, the Expendables, 8 kills so far in the bag. Now it's T5 needing to come into the circle with eArena right in front of them. They have to move quickly. The Zone will put pressure onto them. Fluky now, spending time in the blue, taking a decent amount of damage. And Butterfong, he sees one target in front of him. Butterfong, with the help of Rejects, gets Jacob.
He's still looking for more. Lawrence running through the smoke. He's trying to find himself a little bit open. He does get the exchange. He takes out the rest of Theerathon 5. What a battle by the edge. Somehow, Decimate Gaming still snugging pretty tight over the south side. Daytrade, they've been hunkering down to that position, and they're not budging just yet. They still have all 4 members. They're quickly trying to recover from some of all these members of eArena, and they finally taken out Lawrence as he went for that exchange up against Theerathon 5, but that definitely see them wear out. And now we're down to our top 4. Once again, this is just phase 6, and we're still getting a fair exchange coming in from majority of the teams, where it's only 1 member down for both Cerberus and Decimate.
Top 4 teams right now. Who will score it? So far, within this phase of the circle, it's only the Expendables within it. All the other teams are on the outside, especially on the left side of the circle. Oh man, the Expendables, they do have the best possible location, but Lambo with an 8 on the Tigger, knocking him down.
Perfect trajectory, Lumbao and Imkut managing to clear it off. I'm definitely happy about that toss, and they will eventually close in a little bit more of that distance, or just basically draw that attention and pull back towards the north point, where there's definitely a lot of areas that they could still squeeze right towards. And going further down, they might actually find themselves great, but not even concerned about that right now. Taego sees too much of attack, decided to fall back, and has to take up this fight up against the rest of Decimate. Belmoff is actually charging towards his direction. Flash trying to deal with the situation as well as they work in town, dropping that nade. It might actually find something in return, but Flood and inside, they just pull off 1 member down out the side of Daytrade, and now the floodgate is open for Decimate to just crash the rest of Daytrade out of this match.
Absolute beautiful by inside through an off angle to secure that knock, and now they can collect those points. While the Expendables, they take care of themselves on the other side of the circle, on the northern side to be exact. They're currently in it, and they win! Managed to get that 1 out of Lambao, and Lambao now will be taken out by the Expendables. Another point goes to them.
Yeah, just look at the rest of the Expendables. They're taking all that space towards the north side. Now Decimate, as much as they do have that wiggle room, a lot of all that area of play is absolutely exposed. As you can see, the crosshairs coming from Delwyn already spawning out inside by the far corner of the map, working together with Glories. All they really have to seek out is the rest of Decimate, but there is still Salalzi. Well, actually, Salalzi's gone. I just see a glimpse of his name as he was just by the edge of the field. Duck Juice slowly recovering, but just look at that position held by the rest of the Expendables. This is going to be a tough case to crack for the side of Decimate, who move in from the corners of Pachinki and now find themselves over on the fields. At least there's a couple of rocks right now for them to still try to go in for decent exchanges. But TE, they can just play this slow. And if it does pop towards the south side, Decimate's going to be absolutely happy with that. Only 1 member has to move at this current moment, and I believe that to be inside on the very far corner of the south.
But TE, they have a good amount of control for this circle. It's going to be pretty hard for Decimate to actually even get in at this point. Look at the spread that TE has. I mean, they have pretty much all corners covered. Yes, some of them will need to get into the circle, but they can take their time. Not going to be a problem since they do have duck use within the circle itself. And he does have an airdrop together with him as an added bonus.
Yeah, the problem with this current zone is that Decimate has already worn out all their smokes as well. If you look at all the troubles, TE, they got resources for days, frag grenades, flashes, you name it, they got it. They just won all these fights. They picked up all these pieces all together. So despite them having all that resource, it's not going to be put into good use just yet because there's still a fair distance in between some of these members out there. Good tags coming out of the side of Decimate in order to just keep Delwyn on that position. Speaking of smokes, now they deploy a few. We'll see what can Decimate make good use of this.
Okay, here comes inside. Will be gunned down by Tanvu. 2 more active players left for Decimate Gaming. And they'll need to survive this phase. Trying to get into the circle. The Expendables, look at this. They have all corners covered. How are they going to even get in? But the Expendables, they lost their patience. They're going in for it.
The PGC champions are smelling the chicken dinners already. 10 kills, make it 11 as they slowly single out Decimate. And there you go. A couple more flashes home over on the corner. And Delwyn nails one down. So it's all down to Flood. It says, welcome back to APAC, baby. Flood, can he clutch this situation? He's seen a lot of great moments back in Falcons, but top 2 might just be just as good enough. While the global champions are back for more chicken dinners here in APAC.
The floodgate is open for the Expendables towards the end to wrap things up. And that's how they scored the chicken dinner. I mean, it was a pretty straightforward chicken dinner for them towards the end, that is, with the circle control that they got. They got all 4 players. And like what you said, they have utilities for days. And Decimate Gaming, they were out of utilities, so it was pretty hard for them to challenge. While we check out the highlights, some of the best moments from this round, it started off with AG defending this compound against Sharper Esports, and it was a beautiful defense.
Yeah, what an execution it was. As we saw, High Mass actually holding over on the corners. That was the fight coming from AG Global later on, but there's just so much action that actually happened around that Bolt Yard era where a lot of teams were expecting that circle to actually shift towards that corner, while struggles coming out of these members of HAPPIE Squad find it really difficult to leave the island with the chokehold being put on by Team Flash.
Oh yeah, and looking over at the other teams, I mean, it was an okay circle, so it was pretty balanced, I must say. But gotta point out the fact that AG, again, it wasn't only that one fight that they actually defended very well. There was like a couple of fights within the compound that they did well. And the moment I mentioned that, now on these highlights, this is what we saw earlier on. Just look at how they executed that. And Kimas with the stun grenade, the moment he tossed it, he knew it landed. Everyone else came at the same time. It was absolute perfect execution by AG.
Dropping a flash onto Team Flash is a really dirty thing to do, I would say. But they managed to make quick work out of them, flushing Team Flash out of that position. And then we have this huge slugfest between eArena as well as TDT members where Modders were involved, Death Blades, whatever that they've thrown out of the fence. And AG Global, after they tried to exit out of that area, they got clipped by the rest of these WDG members. Hot off that win, they still managed to eventually come up huge despite the deficit of members. And then we saw Savage Man to try to hold down the line up against the rest of TE. But TE were in charge to clear out whoever's coming from the north. And that kind of opened that window for them to close off with this dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reigning world champions, right, that you unfortunately had to spend time with on the right side of the circle. And there were not any other teams there. Most of the other teams, they were on the left side of the circle, so they were kind of busy with each other. So it's pretty much a 4v4 fight from then on. And the moment TE won that fight, just look at the minimap itself. They have absolute control. From the left, they moved towards the northern side. Then they took over control. They saw the airdrop. They took advantage of that. And towards the end, it was pretty much a wrap-up for them against the Decimate.
Absolutely. And of course, with that, game 2 comes to a close with the Expendables back into their glory ways as the champions of the world are here to wreak havoc here inside of Erangel, and expect them to do exactly the same for the rest of these maps as well. Delwyn so far really having such a huge impact, working together with Tanvu to really put in these big numbers. But even if we look into Duck Juice as well as Fortress, despite those kill numbers to be on the lower end, the damage output of this team is absolutely absurd.
Man, the dude did a lot of work here. But the one that did the most work, of course, is our MVP. This is Delwyn, coming in with 5 kills, 401 damage, 3 knockouts, 35% point contribution, and of course, a maximum survival time of 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Again, these guys, they are the reigning global champions. No doubt they'll be able to score a chicken dinner at some point.
And overall, just look at the cleanliness of execution as well. When they know that they have the advantage over Decimate, they don't really have to just overcommit into flushing those members of DCM in their position. All they really have to do is just to solely look for those pickoff from the edges. Once they do get the knock onto inside, it becomes a lot easier to do. But of course, coming in from Decimate Gaming, it's been a much better run for them to be able to secure double digits. It's not only them, eArena walks away with another 10-pointer alongside with AG Global. So when you put all these crazy teams onto one lobby, you're expecting huge numbers to be coming out, even from the mid-pack. But there's still a lot of these teams who have found not much in this span of the early rounds.
Yeah, and with one round, with the chicken dinner, the Expendables, now they're at number 1 with 29 points. But of course, we're only in 2 games for our final stage. So they're only 3 points ahead of Daytrade Gaming. So there's a lot of room for these teams to actually switch places, right? But on the other end though, 2 rounds so far, and we still have a team that has not got a single point.
Yeah, and that's Forest Natural Gaming. I guess they're not feeling it yet, but so long as they manage to secure a certain top 4 finish, I don't think that they're going to be having too much struggle since, like I said, it's still rather early. Same could also be said about FW Esports, who have been consistent winners back in their Thai circuit overall, and they did manage to, of course, get themselves through the play-in stages. That's been going really well for FW Esports. The thing about FW Esports as well as Forest Natural Gaming is that they're not exactly the most flashiest of players, but when they do get themselves into the endgame scenario, they are definitely a team that can just overwhelm the rest of the pack. So of course, we still want to see whether if they have what it takes to just get back on track at the very least to match the rest of these squads, or else we're still getting ourselves a very close chase coming in from the top 4 teams at this very moment. Middle of the pack, you can argue that within whatever rounds there will be shifts going through. So for now, I guess we can cut them a little bit of slack to actually see who can actually gain a certain momentum into garnering that golden C word, consistency.
I was wondering what the golden C word is. To me,
It's
the
not-
golden C...
What, cash, condominium, cars?
Maybe not cards, right? Maybe not cards, but cash, yeah, sure. Yeah, you can rain golden C's cash on me anytime. I'll be fine with that. Yeah, I'm sure the players wouldn't mind as well. I mean, if they become champions, well, that's another C for you, right? Champion, they will bring home the cash as well, and they can move on to another country. Okay, technically, I guess, but it's all virtual anyway. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, coming into PGC, it could be country. So yeah, there's a lot of C's, right? That's beneficial to all these teams. But of course, beneficial, it's one thing. It's cool, right? Yes, we are talking about the global champions, but it is only 2 games in. And like what you said earlier on, maybe like, for example, Forest Natural Gaming, they haven't been feeling it yet. Okay, game 1, it's an insane circle. Fine, we cut them some slack. Game 2, it's still the same map. So you kind of maybe brought the PTSD over from game 1 to game 2. Next, we're going to switch up the map to Rondo. Okay, so I'm going to give them this map, right? Okay, give them the benefit of the doubt. Rondo, Forest Natural Gaming, to be able to do well.
Yeah, I really do hope so, because we'll pull off all these players wherever they're from. always look at, Rondo as well as Taego to be the wildcard maps, but particularly we've seen coming in from the play-in stages that a lot of all these Thai teams have been able to excel at, especially when it comes down to all these midfield battles where, Rondo is kind of pretty much like a mini Miramar in the sense you do have some high grounds as well as a lot of open areas to play out, just like how Erangel does. But it does get pretty tricky, especially when you have a lot of fields to cover. Now you will definitely get a little bit more of that glider situation going on where in APAC, we've seen all these crazy players to be on that plane and just shooting, make it rain from above. We've seen it time and time again coming from NKT, which we expected NKT to make the cut, right? They didn't make it to the play-ins. They were inconsistent for the last couple of rounds. And I guess that you don't really get to, of course, enjoy some of all these flying action. But who knows? In the final stage here, I'm pretty sure that some of the top-seeded teams have something cooked up into what exactly happens from here on. Because if we take a look into both Rondo as well as Taego, there are a few spots that might just see a couple of hot drops, especially around the central region. If you're looking at Bamboo, if we're talking about Rondo, it is definitely a high traffic area on the outskirts where teams does traverse around these test tracks or so. And then when you look into Taego, a lot of all these spots over on the center of the map have been heavily contested by a lot of these teams. So we'll definitely have to play close attention onto who actually get some of all these vital spots, who actually survive hot drops, or maybe just like Erangel, we might not even get any from hot drops at all.
Well, but the thing about these two maps, right? The reason why it's named the wildcard map is because it's only played once. So if like that game that you play, it's a hard drop that you don't plan for and you got punished for it for whatever reason, then there's no way of making out to it on that map except for tomorrow. And that's going to be tomorrow's story. So you really have to make the best out of this particular map and of course the Taego map later on. Because it's only once. If it's Miramar, then okay, you don't do well for like the first Miramar, maybe you got contested and then you got eliminated. Okay, you still have another Miramar to like, okay, I'll make up to whatever happened earlier on. But definitely that's not going to be the case for Rondo and Taego.
Yeah, a lot of the times that we see through the playing stages where teams have definitely had special plans in store. Now, these two maps, whether they call it oddball or not, is perfect for teams who love to set up choke points, set up a couple of traps throughout some of the valleys, and then just pick players rotating from across these corners. So we can expect a lot of that to happen both in Rondo as well as Taego. So first, we definitely have to get up to speed onto what things happen around the map. So just take a look at what went down over onto the past two rounds of Erangel. I think I'm absolutely satisfied. We start things off inside of the military base. Now, I guess they're just going to have a very safe way to start, unless if there's going to be a hot drop. We're looking at places like Yulin, Danqing, Bamboo, as well as Neox Factory to be some of the zones that teams would really like to secure for themselves in the early round. Or else, even if they wrap around the outskirts, it'll be absolutely A-okay. So we'll have to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, and test track will be pretty interesting, right? Because vehicles spawn around the area of test track. I mean, it is called a test track. So naturally, you will have vehicles there. I mean, based on the name, it is a track by itself. So expect teams who want to try to get that area. I mean, it's not too far away from the center as well. So it's one of the more interesting places there. If a team's going to play a little bit more safer, then maybe like a Zhaotin is not too bad as well. Even like a stadium is like, it's pretty huge. You have a lot of space to play with. And if you happen to bump into another team, at least you can navigate around the smaller buildings within stadium itself. Same goes for Zhaotin. Jadena City is like this entire huge big city, and it's also by the edge of the map, so it's also one of those safer spots for teams to drop in. But of course, because this is a huge map, it also depends on what kind of flight path we're going to get.
Yeah, sometimes we do get like 2 flight paths to be cutting across as well to keep things even up, but most likely not, we're just going to be able to look at a single trajectory moving into this match. So Can't wait to actually see how this one fares for the rest of the pack, where the title's on the line, where we're looking for our top 4 teams to make the cut into the PGS 7 and 8 circuit. So with that, let's get right into our third match of the APAC qualifiers final stage.
Let's go, Rondo! It's obviously going to be the only Rondo for today, so teams will need to make the best out of it. And like what you say, Contra, for this map, you're going to see 2 different flight paths here, but both flight paths are able to go onto test track. And so far on the area of test track, we do see a couple of teams actually dropping around there. But we might see a team actually going to test track because it's just easier to get vehicles there.
Yeah, pretty interesting that both of these flight paths actually end up over on the south corner of the map. T5, Decimate, X-Men, as well as AG Global dropping very early, and we're already getting a little bit of a situation going on in the corners of Ryan. So AG Global, I'm not too sure if they're just going to go in for the chase to take out X-Men early into this matchup. So far, they're definitely having pretty much of a great start throughout the span of those Erangel matches. Whereas over on the rest of the pack, Daytrade secures dancing all to themselves, but not too far off. It's going to be eArena. The Battle of the Thai teams will definitely be pretty interesting, while the rest of Jadino City has been claimed by HAPPIE's squad to have a stable start. So I guess all eyes are on the north point of the Oasis corner map. X-Men as well as AG Global, if they were to lock horns, then they will have a tough time getting into the central area. So I would still say this is a really fair area to play things off from the center of the map.
Oh yeah, and that's a lot of land right here. So a lot of travel entry points for the teams, even though they drop kind of far on the outside of the circle. It's not going to be a problem for them to find an entry point coming in. Of course, unless another team like tries to gatekeep them, but that will be a separate conversation altogether. But when it comes to land mass, like Rondo is huge. Lots of land mass here, even more than Miramar itself. So that just means that there's a lot more entry point into where the circle might go later on. But I would definitely want to see what's going to happen on the northern side. So far, we have not seen anything showing up on our kill feed. So that means that it's probably an early truce between the 2 teams.
Yeah, not so much for the side of WDG as well as QiWA if they really want to battle it out to ensure that they secure this township all the way towards the southwest corner of Fengtun. So I guess that they will just see if they could find any form of a pickoff. Whereas the winners of the past round, the Expendables, takes claim over onto Neox Factory as well as Test Track. And nobody in the right mind would hot drop Expendables at the current rate that they're playing from. You know, like, I mean, they could try, but of course, the results may not be satisfying if they were to do so. There's a very good reason why TE has been able to make the cut. And even from the past couple of APAC qualifiers that they played out, they have got some crazy stories of winning back-to-back chicken dinners to be able to join some of the global teams on their run. And once again, showing the efficiency, showing the prowess of their team fighting potential in order to really stamp their way in the global stages. But Decimate Gaming, you see how they've been able to have a very strong start coming for both Erangel runs. Now find themselves in the top 3, just 1 point shy behind Daytrade. I think Decimate Gaming definitely is onto something, and we might even see our first OCE team to be playing into this year's global circuits.
You know what? When you say they could try to challenge the Expendables, it reminds me of back in the day when I was going to the market with my mom. And then we saw this this store selling fireworks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me more about it.
And then I was like, Mom, can I actually play it? And then she goes like, oh, you can try. Yeah. With the tone. Well, I can't do the exact tone as my mom, right? Obviously. But if you get that kind of tone, you'll be like, well, you can try. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you get it, right? So it's like, yeah, you can try to hot drop the Expendables. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's like you kind of know what's coming after that. So I definitely don't want to mess with any of these guys out there. I mean, you put me in this APAC field, I don't think I last even 5 minutes into this matchup, let alone face off the world champions. Of course, it is a really daunting task. You saw the kind of struggles that they were put towards, but when you are playing in this lobby, where whether if you're from the PVS region or from the PTS region and also the Masters, you gotta treat every match as if you're really the kings of the field, or else like you're just gonna give advantages to the other spots. Whether if you're just gonna give into their aggression or you just have to turtle in. That's not exactly the position that champions are. I mean, there are champions, of course, being put into difficult circumstances, but they usually do prevail by overcoming some of all these adversities. And of course, speaking of fireworks, I guess we only see that by the end of the run for whoever makes it to the top. And right now, still very likely to be TE on the right trajectory. Famas in the package to be claimed by Cerberus Esports. I believe Sololzi could just quickly get her up. Whoever who needs all that level 3 gear, he seems like he already has himself that vest, but he spots out the rest of TDT, so it's not going to be a free package to be claimed just yet. Somebody's got to fight for it. Sololzi might not need to fight for too much, but the rest of Shopper Esports, they're already giving chase up against some of these members of TDT who's in the midst of rotation.
Sharper, they need a big recovery, right? From the previous round, they crashed into AG's compound. At first, they had the numbers, but they were stopped by AG at their tracks, and they couldn't get anything out of that at all. So it was 0 points for Sharper. So this round has to be a big comeback round for them. And so far, of course, so good. But maybe from whatever that they learned from the previous round is that maybe they might want to take things a little bit slower, because if you take fights early on, cool. You potentially get those elimination points. Great. But on the flip side is that you could potentially be eliminated at number 16. So that means no points at all. So you really got to weigh your risk. And is it truly worthwhile to take a certain fight? That's also something that you might want to consider as well. And for the most part, if it's phase number 1, it's normally not really worth it.
Yeah, usually you just want to do a little bit of wear and tear and call it a day. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta put all these teams into a situation where, oh, I gotta now look for new helmets, new vests, and restock after all these exchanges. And that could also put them in a little bit of a risk as well. So I guess a little bit goes a long way when it comes down to some of these exchanges. And speaking of which, Shopper Esports being very active in the early game to try to attack some of the members of Forest Natural Gaming on the glider. So it's going to be Olympus on that intel gathering situation where he's just flying past some of all these open fields, hoping to find a spot for the rest of them to eventually convert upon. But of course, when push comes to shove, we do expect them to be able to take charge. FW, on the other hand, having Banana 1, Banana in the sky. I mean, look at the color of that Viper as well. So absolutely fitting. But right below them, I believe that to be the Expendables. Definitely not a place they really want to dock at the moment. And not too far off, Cerberus. So it's not all too clear cut. Where exactly does the rest of FW eventually end up? I guess the beauty about this is that when you're on the glider, even when it depletes, you still get a little bit of airtime where it slowly descends, but of course puts them at risk at the very same time. So Banana 1 gotta be very mindful where he's piloting at the moment.
Yeah, especially with Cerberus Esports taking shots onto him. And obviously, like, okay, if you're in a glider, the one thing about the glider is that yes, you get that aerial view. Like, you can scout, but it's not the fastest of vehicles, especially if you're passing by Haisaki, who has a good clear shot onto him. Okay, he's just trying to find that right angle. Okay, he's definitely going to pull the trigger. Yeah, take it. But that tree is just annoying.
How much fuel does he actually have? For a moment, I thought he's going to pull some Top Gun moves where he's already showing us a little bit of a 180 flip. And I guess he's just trying to at least gather a little bit more of that info, and the rest of Decimate this time around on those pickle bus, just driving right past. Is he going to make any form of advancement? Seems unlikely that he's going to be unleashing all these tags, but if Decimate were to have a hunch, I believe that corner of the compounds was already being pretty much claimed already, so Decimate don't really want to overextend, but that zone now moves further to the north, and it benefits FW Esports of all teams.
And it also benefits the Expendables. Man, they are in the middle of the circle right now. Great spot. No other teams, so far that is, behind them. But of course, because we only have phase number 2, so teams could still rotate all the way up north, and that will put the Expendables in a situation where they will be surrounded by other teams. But at the same time, it can also hope for teams around them to be distracting each other, while they might be able to take pot shots from the inside to secure a couple of kills from within the circle itself. But we will wait and see till that happens, because as of now, 64 players still alive. So far today, this is the longest wait that we have seen for our first real action.
Yeah, perhaps it's absolutely necessary, considering that the past 2 rounds were pretty explosive, I must say. Considering those were just Erangel, where you expect teams to be starting off really stable, and like, bam, we got ourselves an island ending. Bam, we have pretty much the Fields of Ruins in the exchanges. Now T5 also trying to navigate their way around. It's going to be Cerberus Esports that does get the first blood, takes out Savior as Xavage Man tries to rotate right across the field. Same could be said about the rest of Team Flash as they try to bypass the rest of Sharper Esports. They'll go unscathed for now. Sharper sets up a trap, but I'm not really finding anything in return. But at least they get a really solid hole over onto the corners of the terrain where they don't really have to budge off too far. We do expect the south side to be a little bit more congested. Perhaps that's where some of all these big numbers will come for the teams.
And here we have it. Marcus taking his time. June trying to land his shots, but not able to get him yet. So Marcus is now counting his lucky star still. Still surviving. Okay. Third time's the charm perhaps by June. Tapping it away. Nothing connects to Marcus, and Huang on the other side doing the same as well. But Marcus, so lucky. Okay, one bullet on them. It's not too bad. Oh, finally. But it is actually Sharper that actually got him.
It's Urs. My. Everybody's just looking out for all these parachutes. So it isn't exactly the easiest of tasks to go for emergency pickups when you're playing so dead center. One, where exactly do you land? The moment do you land, are you safe enough, right? And unfortunately for Marcus, he don't even get a choice, you know? Like, you got Sharper, you got some of the TDT guys, QiWA, one more team, Kuiper Masters Regions, loving to go in for some of all these setups over onto the course of the field, find themselves clipped by T on the drive-by. Man's got to hold out, though. He's all alone while the rest of QiWA Esports try to get around the corners in order to pick on the rest of WDG. Those big nades are flying right in, clipping Man to 38% of health left. Far back, it's also going to be Team Flash joining in the party as well, while WDG, they only have a couple of smokes between the way where Man is standing. QiWA, one member down, so can't really have full members committing into this fight, while Rip does actually find Trick in return. WDG turning the tide to Rip. Taylor goes down, so he's down but not out just yet. QiWA, 2 members standing in the way, still doing some damage towards the rest of WDG.
Oh, at the same time, look at the circle. It moved towards the northern side, and this area where they're still fighting is not within the circle. Now QiWA, they're taking damage from the blue, while 2 teams actually trying to block them from coming in. Man trying to land his shots from the side. He's the only one that's able to make it past the blue. His teammates are still behind, but he still has to deal with Team Flash in front of him. Binek from the other side will take out one, and that's going to be Binek. Should be able to secure that elimination point.
Oh, tough place to be for Chimoy, or should we call him Yomik from this point around. Now only down to Man. This is going to be a very straightforward fight for the rest of Team Flash, as it's only 1 member left for side of QiWA, but they're absolutely not underestimating what this man can do. But for now, I guess it's an early rest for QiWA Esports. Only gathering 5 points from the previous 2 rounds, and now adding only 2 more on the block on the weakened side of WDG. not really on the right trajectory, but of course, there's potential for a whole lot more. So free picking for Team Flash, they've always excelled in some of all these early exchanges somehow.
Look who's going to make the next move here. The Expendables. One team in front of them. Now it's going to be the quiet moment. Everyone's gathering information. While we have Duck Hughes all the way on the left side of the circle towards the southern side. Gunfight is happening right now. They saw Duck Hughes. Duck Hughes, he has to retreat.
Should be able to get himself room to pull back. As I say that, Long X finds the final member of Windy Gaming. This time, they will just walk away with only 2 points. So Team Flash so far absolutely fired up as they were wrapping around that far west in order to find the final member of WDG. First Natural Gaming, they are going to commit into this form of exchange with Kiss rocking up a flank, trying to pin down some of the members of the Expendables as they now rally their fight across. It'll be tough for them to actually find any form of a peak. It's going to be Delwyn exposed towards the far flank. Speaking of which, Tadvu goes in for an exchange. Blow for blow. Baron goes down on his knees. Haisaki also getting involved. This is going to be a different fight with Cerberus, but it's going to be attack coming from Tadvu to now find the better end of the exchanges. TE, they lost Dutch's rather early on and now looking to fall back.
Oh, and Tadvu backing up right now. While Kiss looking to rock and roll. Knocking out Tadvu down to the ground. And it looks like TE, they're falling apart with only one player left. It's going to be Delwyn. Delwyn managed to get into the circle. He will survive for now.
Yeah, delivering a little bit of that kiss of death while Scappy holding down the line so far. Should be able to move in for a clean execution, but not too sure if they will have enough time to reset. Speaking of which, Delvin still going for that recovery as Chloris will be brought back up to the feet. Daytrade have been able to find the mark again and again, this time drawn by T5 as well as FW Esports. So this circle absolutely dominated by the Thai Titans.
Oh yeah, Daytrade. So far so good for them on the southern side. Oh, and the Expendables. Okay, 2 active players left as of now. But the fight's not over yet for them. Right now, Delwyn will be gunned down. Scappy healing up. The Expendables, only 1 active player left, and it's going to be Chloris on the other side. Chloris all alone within this building. Nate will be on the 2nd floor, but he's actually on the ground floor, and now Kiss will be coming in. Are you ready to rock and roll? And it's Chloris eliminated by Kiss. Forest Natural Gaming naturally coming back.
Very straightforward execution, and they wasted no time to go in for the push. It was Scappy coming up with the initiation as he drove it to a close with the help of Kiz that's been so proactively involved in that fight. Decimate hurt some of all these shots, and they want to also be part of it, or should I say just skirt off into a different location while the attacks are coming from Kiz. Taego somewhere in between as Daytrade now finds that opportunity as well. Long X picks up Chen as the rest of Team Flash holding over onto that bowl, get themselves another catch, but they are absolutely exposed as the rest of X-Men are here for a challenge, coming for a flank of their own. Long X trying to hold it down, but there's barely enough cover for him to even work editing out of that angle. Now the rest of Team Flash will be flushed out by those nades, dropped right in. Himaz looking so good with that toss.
Oh, beautifully executed by Xavage, man. And this might be the opportunity to come in. But look who has cut in front. Xavage, man, is going to be AG Global. AG Global, they heard the commotion. They are scouting out. They are trying to see if they can collect a couple of elimination points in the process. Xavage, man, will have a hard time coming in. Look at Destroy from behind. He will be able to backstab Xavage, man.
Yeah, absolutely being zoned off. And there's only a few members standing in the way. Oliver now receiving that full clip. Destroy, almost getting taken down. He has to get a little bit of cover. He does pop that first 8. That Bluezo's going to buy a little bit more time for the rest of Savage Men to try to fend off against the rest. But it seems like Lucky J's attention has been funneled over onto Destroy. So AG Global still has the other 2 members to try to trade right back. AG Global knows that they're there, but they have to run right through the zone, ditching some of the vehicles out there while Lucky J got to retrieve that Dacia from the outskirts in order to make the cut. So I guess they will just turn the other way around while we still have the zone shrinking directly into the center. Daytrade over on the south side has so much control. Tigger over on center already, so they're definitely looking to pick all these other members off. while FW, they have a little bit of that high ground. What will they make out of that up against the rest of eArena, who's just next to them?
Oh, but look at the mini screen right now. It's going to be Scappy on the inside. Scappy! From the back. Manages down the inside. Taking it out. Scappy scores that point for his team. But now the next mission is to try to get into the circle itself.
Force Natural Gaming, they got so fired up. They had enough of 0-point score lines, and this is where they get themselves that recovery, despite only having one member to survive, making it to this top 9 cut. Tom K now spotting up a member side of HAPPIE squad. It has been a deeper run for HAPPIE, but that's only going to be the final member remaining. He's got to do whatever it takes in order to score more out of position, and in hopes that other teams crash out earlier before HAPPIE bows out. So far, only that 1 point. No points to be scored so far this round for HAPPIE squad. So once again, the problem for HAPPIE squad has been the issues of rotation. And speaking of rotations, we do see teams moving across the map. It's HG Global that catches onto X-Men as they finally put a wrap to this fight.
But X-Men, Lucky J is still in the game. They're going towards Lucky J. They know that Lucky J is behind this rock. Oh, Lucky J got destroyed. And destroyed. Eliminated by Lucky J. Lucky J, did he survive it? Did he survive it? I think he did. He did. He's still in the game.
What? That was a drive-by, though. I'm pretty sure he didn't actually make the cut there. Lucky J, I think he definitely tried hard enough, but that was too much pressure as well. T5 now gets a pinpoint shot over on the side of Slawzy to confirm it. Theerathon 5 so far held out well enough. This time it's going to be Taego rocking it up, and he does not find any more cover. Going up against the P90, definitely have a tough ordeal to deal with, especially this close into this matchup. Daytrade so far very in control of what is about to come, and they're confident enough to now set a push towards the direction of FW Esports.
And also eArena. At the moment they arrive, they see 2 different teams. They'll let them duke out with each other for now. eArena on the lower ground. And it's going to be FW on the high ground right now. eArena, they're trying to find a way to get up to the high ground, but the Molly is still active. It's going to be pretty difficult for them. While T5 from the side, putting pressure onto these 2 teams.
Yeah, they're definitely chiming in with a little bit of pressure coming in from the north point. And eArena barely has enough cover. They are relying on smokes already. A lot of all these resources being depleted, and FW Esports not even going to make things easier for them. So these rabbits definitely got to hop over onto the open field. Same goes to Elgin Bots. Now making it to the top 5 cut, so that's going to be a healthy amount gathered. But Elgin Bots just next to Pat. Patompong, I guess if he were to extend a little bit more, and he has to move towards that direction, we'll have to find that catch up against HAPPIE squad. Not an easy dip to actually spot over. So Daytrade, they have the full zone to themselves and nobody else to even contest at this moment.
Oh, and T5. Again, this is deja vu for T5, Contra. Again, they have to cross the road. But look at the amount of teams in front of them, including eArena, including FW, and of course, Daytrade within the circle itself. How is T5 going to survive this one?
It's definitely going to be pretty rough, and the tides have definitely turned. eArena, they're just going to full send their way into the zone, trying to make something out of nothing, and they manage to skirt past some of the members. It crashes through Elgin Bots. Oh, you can't do this, man, like this. Norins. Oh, that was absolutely nasty. eArena with a crazy reposition. Despite losing Jacob being knocked down, now this is the time for T5 to also rock up against eArena, and they have full confidence dropping in whatever deflates into the fields. Larix still needing to find a little bit more of that position to recover, and that's good enough from Tat. And as it takes out Lawrence, and eArena, can they hold firm to the ground that they've held for a while?
Oh, T5 might be pushing anytime soon. But the one that they got was somebody that has been knocked, so that's not going to be changing much of the numbers. And plus, they don't have the information. That's going to be the toughest position for T5. Getting information is so difficult, but time's not on their side. The zone is currently closing. Now they shift their attention onto FW instead.
It's just going to really have to fend off whoever's around these quarters, and now they're hunting out for Razy. They accepted the fate that if they don't make it into the circle, so does my enemies by the edge of it also. This is definitely going to put FW at risk because they're all too funnel, and they know that it's going to be tough to actually challenge Daytrade, who's got the entire zone to themselves. 6x goes down, and that opening from T5 might actually open up whatever opportunities for this push to happen, and even the rest of eArena are slowly weirded down. eArena will only settle for top 4, while T5, the ball is on their court right now to now crash upon the res of FW Esports.
And here we go. T5 executing their plan there to make this fast. Unfortunately, Rangers X got gunned down. One will be gunned down as well by T5, trading it back. And it's going to be FW still on the inner side of the circle, but they don't fully have the circle as well. What, Daytrade Gaming? Look at this Contra. Look at this Contra. Daytrade Gaming, they're taking the active approach. They're coming towards these two teams. They want those points for themselves.
They absolutely will slowly choke them out of this control. FW Esports only having Tonkin to try to hold on. He's only got a couple more of these mats, while the rest of Theerathon 5 will now have to switch their targets back over on the side of Daytrade. But look at this widespread. They did manage to pin down Tigger, and it's going to be Taego hiding through the smoke. Once it does subside, it's going to be a hail of bullets sent his way. Rossitet now gets a glimpse, but Taego did manage to get a cover from a pretty tree. And they still have those vehicles to actually push right through.
Here we go.
And it's going to run them over, and now just sends his way right across for a drive-by to happen. Taego ready with a P90 to take him on.
Oh, Taego, very, very low. He has to be extra careful. Oh, he has to heal up first. He has to heal up first. His teammate is bleeding out as well. He has to save his teammate at the same time. While Daytrade Gaming, they are in the driver's seat. One more to go. And it's going to be flash straight forward. Elimination. Winner. Chicken dinner. Truly. Qualifier. Champions. Players. Daytrade Gaming.
And they're just making a marcher in the final stages. 3 rounds, and we're already looking at 2 chicken dinners in a row. Well, we have a little bit of skip in one of these matches, but 2 chicken dinners within the span of 3 rounds. Absolutely a hallmark of true victors. And of course, looking to secure themselves that global partnership once again, as they're absolutely well deserving of that title. And it's great to see them back into the prime form. Daytrade now are the top contenders in the field.
And while we check out the highlights, the best moments from this round, whew, what a round it was. By contrast, gotta give it to Daytrade Gaming. You gotta give it to Team 5, right? Again, it's a deja vu situation for them, but yet they are able to overcome it towards the end. At least scoring in second place ain't too bad. But while we check out these highlights, okay, the Expendables, they had a good position within the circle, but that was only like phase number 2. Now, phase number 2, like what we discussed earlier on, there's still a lot of space behind them, especially on the northern side. And because it's still phase number 2, like all those teams rotated towards the northern side and came in, and that put the Expendables like within a lot of the other teams.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, especially when they were playing in the open fields. It isn't exactly the best of terrain, so Forest Natural Gaming definitely make the best out of these situations. And so far, Scapia has been pulling off all kinds of heroics in order to score hefty 5 corners for their side of Forest Natural Gaming to slowly recover on their tracks. But of course, all eyes were actually on some of the members of Daytrade on how they've been able to just secure so much of all these room for themselves. And of course, going back towards T5, when they have their backs against the wall, they quickly navigated and understood that they have to pick up that fight up against either eArena or FW Esports. But they understood that the terrains that eArena is on is going to be very difficult to play. So they decided, okay, let's go all out up against FW Esports, and naturally paid off.
Oh yeah, they managed 2 teams at the same time, right? And they picked the right path. Okay, they're done with one, and then they switched their attention towards FW. And look at this on screen. They managed FW. But while they were managing FW, Daytrade Gaming, they made their move as well. So they weren't sitting tight and chill within the circle when they got it, when they could. But they went in because they know that there are points to be collected. And that's exactly what they did. They secured a couple more elimination points, and of course the chicken dinner towards the end. 13 total kills for Daytrade Gaming.
Yeah, so far, the star of the show this time coming in from Daytrade, it has to be Taego, right? You saw how much he's inflicted upon the rest of Theerathon 5 as well as eArena at the very same time. He was drawing all the attention so that the rest of Daytrade could still be able to single out all the other targets coming from T5. So it's very textbook play coming out of all the members of Daytrade where they have the numbers advantage. They also secured majority of the zone. So honestly, it was their game to lose. And of course, this time they made damn sure that these two chicken dinners will be pretty much well secured. While Taego, of course, gets to flex a little bit of his muscles and always looking pretty good. And of course, I gotta get some tips on how he actually takes care of his mullet and his hair so well.
Wow, something that I can't relate. But yeah, besides the good looks, the charms, he also brings in the points. 6 kills for him, 596 damage, 5 total knockouts, a 37% point contribution towards team, and of course a maximum survival time of 26 minutes and 15 seconds for Thanadoll himself. Looking pretty good on points and also on looks.
You gotta really commend on how efficient all these Thai teams have been playing throughout this round inside Rondo. Look at that top 6, all fielded by the top players of Thailand. Whereas, of course, second best is coming in from Cerberus, Esports, AG Global. Each of these teams gets an average of these 4 pointers. T5 definitely tried to their level best to match up to that tempo. 12 points out of this match is definitely good enough for them to sustain. But of course, Daytrade, they're not messing around. Now they reclaim that top spot, overtaking the Expendables, and will sit pretty with that 49 pointer.
Dude, and we did talk about Forest. This time, 7 total points. Not the highest, but not too bad. I mean, you gotta think about it. 2 rounds, 0 points. And when we started this map, like we had a switch of map, obviously, they managed to score 7 points, which is really nice. You gotta think about it. So maybe it's really the map change that they really needed to kind of get their foot off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are starting to see a little bit more of the fighting spirit coming from Force Natural Gaming. Hopefully, we get to see a lot more big plans coming out of Forest, where they're definitely on the right trajectory. While some of the play-in stages have seen, of course, champions like Cerberus Esports as well as Daytrade to be surging up and up, the rest of the pack are finding it really hard to even find a certain footing. But of course, we'll give them a little bit of time to figure things out because it's already 3 matches and, well, we will definitely go for a short break. And when we do come back, we'll offer you a lot more chicken dinners here in the first day of the final stage here in the APAC qualifiers of the PUBG Global Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, the Kendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
敢知，但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1. You're joined by me, Contra, as well as my dear buddy here, Sir Cloud. And it's been 3 maps that's been done and dusted, and it's been heavily dominated by Daytrade that's garnered themselves 2 chicken dinners thus far. That Rondo round was absolutely fire coming in from all the Thai teams out there. But I'm pretty sure everybody else who are finding themselves a little bit of a tough run here are looking for that recovery here in Taego to begin the second half of the day.
Oh yeah, so only one Taego will be played, and maybe again some of these teams they need a refresh, right? They need new maps. Okay, cool. Good to see Taego after this, and we did see like some of the teams did benefit from a new map, especially Forest. The first 2 games that we played in Erangel, they didn't do very well. They got 0-2 in a row, and then they scored 7 points in Rondo, which is not bad. So I would expect like some of the other teams, especially on the second half of our overall charts, to be able to try to take advantage of a fresh new map.
Yeah, speaking of which, as much as it's a fresh map for some of these guys out there, throughout the plains, we've seen challenges coming in for some notable names like HAPPIE Squad as well as WDG, where they find themselves into sticky situations around that palace corners. I hope they've already settled scores because they're just going to hurt their points tally if they were to either score big or even go on a truce, right? So other than that, I believe that certain key areas like Buksansa, Hosan, we're going to see teams to be making claims onto the territories. Past couple of seasons, I think Terminal has definitely been one really good spot to actually start things off as well. So we'll definitely want to see how do the teams weather the storms where, you know, there's just going to be an explosive field of traps being set by all the teams on board.
Oh yeah, a couple of good spots there as well. And I would say that one of them, probably a popular spot is like Godog's pretty popular as well. Normally we do see like a good amount of teams around that area, or maybe sometimes even 2 teams inside of Godog. So that really depends on how the drops will be. Of course, this is a smaller map as compared to Rondo, and it will definitely switch up the pace of how teams will be playing. We might see a faster paced team or faster paced game this time around as compared to the Rondo match where it took a bit of time for action to happen, but that's totally understandable because it's a bigger map overall. So with a smaller map, expect more action, and what I would want to see is, of course, more interesting circle. If circle does go to the area of Godog, that would be pretty nice. It almost feels like a mid to the base feeling for this map itself. But nevertheless, those are some of our theories and our preferences. Let's see where will we go in Taego.
You know, speaking of interesting areas to play things out from last time around, we had a circle that went all the way down towards the southern portion of the map where you could barely see much of all these spots left, where, of course, that first spot where we saw to be school as well as now pretty much hospital to be pretty much within the corners. This is going to be a very southern flight path that does bring us towards that direction. I'm not too sure if we do get ourselves a termination of what went on back in the plain stages, but we're already looking at T5 to be the one of the few teams to be extending towards the Northern Islands. Of course, joined by them will be HAPPIE Squad that's going to be floating alongside. And once more, WDG is going to challenge that Palace Grounds once again.
Oh, okay. This is going to be interesting. And they are still heading towards the same direction. Okay. Hopefully we get to zoom in onto that. Okay, there you go. There you go. We're going to see the fight here. And we're going to start off with Cerberus Esports here on screen. Herbs, knockdown.
Just about the corner of fishing camp, we're already getting ourselves at contest. It's gonna be Bao getting the first blood instantaneously. And now Kim99 tries to form a melee in response, holding around the UMP as we go full send into this corner. And like I was telling you about the Southern Center ending, this is where we're going to play out in the late stage. But in the early spanner round, Daytrade finds that huge nade to knock over onto Haisaki and Cerberus Esports now 2 members down. Kim99 only 1 HP left, and we're already off to a flying start.
Yeah, and HAPPIE Esports, they're fighting back. They should be able to secure these elimination points. They're using it as hostage. And right now, KM99 waiting on the other building. It's healing up at the same time. But Cerberus Esports, are they going to save their teammate? Okay, they're deploying smokes, hoping for Haisaki and Solizi to be able to crawl across, but unfortunately not able to. Eliminated from the other side. Cerberus Esports lost 1 player, 1 more to go for them to save, and Solo Z unfortunately will bow out as well. Belmont got him.
Yeah, this is such a janky spot to actually take a 4 versus 4 where there's barely enough cover for them to actually work around with. J-Dye have to skirt over onto the outskirts. We do see some exchanges coming in over onto the small portion of the bottom left. Oh, sorry, bottom right, to be exact. And that is the exchange coming from Palace, WDG, as well as HAPPIE. Still going blow for blow. Marcus takes down Algin, but ESA is, it's okay. I'll take down T-Doy.
And HAPPIE, again, not really happy with their current performance. Lost 2 players early on. We're going to put focus now on the HAPPIE Esports. They're making this push. They see the players from Cerberus relocating themselves. I wonder, what sort of weapons do they have right now? They don't seem to be really stocked up. Anyway, they got one more to go. And here comes the jump shot from Jedi. Like the master that he is, he will finish off the final member of Cerberus Esports.
That's the thing about playing inside the Taego. Sometimes when you have a challenger right across the field, you can still run up to them and just put an asshole thing to the face. And just like that, Sharper just seals the fate of Cerberus Esports. So far, that's a fight that they're happy to rid off of Cerberus Esports, because prior to this round kicking off, they were just 1 point up against each other, and now Sharper Esports gets to extend the lead. WDG as well, as they are now finding Evil Patrick to be pretty much all alone. Wish we actually get more of a glimpse onto what really went down into the quarters of Palace, but I guess we can only assume that they were getting the better end of the trades. And Evil Patrick, just like a couple of rounds ago, he's always been trying to hold out in order to stay alive, but I think that right now, by hook or by crook, he just got to try to find something in return. 2% is winning. It's only good for 1 exchange. Oh, close but no cigar. WDG, they secure all 3 points. Meanwhile, 1 more stashed away by a different squad entirely.
For HAPPIE Squad, again, another round that they're definitely not happy with. I mean, if you kind of think about it, right? Like HAPPIE Squad, they're a former Archangel Predator. And they used to be one of the powerhouses around before this, but this is a very different performance from the performance before.
Yeah, I could definitely say so myself. Like, looking at Archangel Predators, even on their run back in the past, I would say that they're kind of late bloomers. They need a high pressure situation in order to gain any form of, control over some of these matchups. Just like how we saw them during the play-in stage on that final round, where they have to find a way to make the cut to this final stage. You saw suddenly they just turn up, and I hope that it doesn't take them till Saturday or Sunday before they get towards that point, because gotta build that momentum. And like I said, they have not settled scores since our Palace, and I expected one of these guys to budge and make certain amendments moving into this final stage, but this is the price to pay. Whether if you take the W or an L, this is going to be a long roll whenever they move into a map like Taego.
Yeah, the difference during that time is that it is from the play-ins to the final stage, right? So you have like 8 slots for you to slide into the final stage. But this is all about, number 1, being the champion, of course, but also to be at least in the top 3, because you're going to move on to PGS 7 and PGS 8. And if you leave it till Sunday, you have to crawl all the way from at least the current spot of 14 up to number 3, which is as of now, it is a 23-point gap. And of course, we have a lot more games to go, and the gap could continue to widen.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Now, if we actually count on average point ratios, like, of course, ideally you want to end each round with like 5 eliminations and above, consistent placement points, ensuring at least a top 4, top 5 kind of finish. So an estimation, if you want to at least have a fancy shot by the end of Saturday, you got to look for at least like 150 points, around that margin or slightly higher in order to have at least a call that, hey, we can confirm a little bit more of that spot. But at this current trajectory where everyone's kind of hitting at pretty much equal rates for the past couple of rounds, of course, barring Daytrade that has secured 2 chicken dinners, they're definitely on the right track, and 2 chicken dinners have already brought them into 50-point margin. Speaking of which, now they're being traced by the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Now looking for a trade. Baron spotted out. Tandal going for a chase. Goes for a contact. And yes, he does actually land a blow and quickly secures it.
Oh, but now a bit of a trade back here. Olympus from the other side. Olympus will not fall, but instead he will be the one to fall his opponent. But from behind, it's going to be Flash from the lower ground to trade it back again onto Olympus. Goes in to secure that point for the team. And now looking for the other opponents, but it's a tricky geographic situation for him to play with. Might as well just reset or even retreat back to his other teammates.
Yeah, especially now with the involvement of QiWA coming in from the southern fields as well. The heals definitely does provide them a whole lot of control, but since it's still so early, we expected a lot more teams to be rocking up against it. But looking at that exchange, you saw how bloodthirsty some of these guys are coming from both Daytrade as well as Forest, where the moment they get the knock, immediately going for Thirst. Like, don't think any further because you got to secure points. And that's kind of the priorities right now. And of course, with the better end of the trick, Forest now loses out with 2 members taken out and only walk away with that 1 point. So that was rather costly for what it's actually worth.
Not going to be responsible for the casters, ladies and gentlemen. I just leave it as it is. Leave it as it is. As long as you're still in the game, anything can happen. And just going to put it out there. All right. All right. So don't lose hope, especially for the fans of Forest Natural Gaming. Okay. They have still 2 players in the game. So let's see what they can come up with. We used to see that, okay, there are 3 players, cool, you can still score the chicken dinner. 2 players, maybe you can kind of try to stay alive and steal away a couple of points from afar, perhaps. 1 player, absolute survival for that 1 player. So now that they have 2, they can still kind of get points, but they have to stay clear out of all these fights.
Yeah, else if push comes to shove, then you just really gotta fend off whoever is moving in your way, and perhaps that could still yield a couple of all these kills in their favor. Looking at what the potential brings, I mean, Forest definitely isn't exactly one that runs away from a fight for sure. But for now, of course, steer clear of any form of drama. While we do have some emergency pickups over onto the corner of PG Global. But taking a look at the southern corner, there's just a lot of all these claim territories, so this isn't exactly safe. But wow, look at that circle. We still have some big portion of water, and I honestly have no clue whatsoever where exactly did they land. Meanwhile, T5, they have a fight erupting up against the rest of the members of Team Flash, while the member of T5 slowly getting tagged. Kisama has got nowhere to actually run while they try to dash right into the covers. Team Flash, they managed to crash the rest of these members of T5, and just like that, they're down and out. That was a spectacular finish that they had back into Rondo, but this is a different ball game entirely for T5.
Oh, that was really, really quick. But they have to be extra careful. The fact that the Expendables is around the corner, they saw Team Flash licking their wounds. But because it's only Tanvu's here, so he doesn't have his other teammates, they wouldn't have that timing to crash in onto Team Flash. So they'll let this one go for now. But in that entire fight, the Expendables, they managed to actually steal away 1 elimination point.
Yeah, it was a little bit rowdy. I guess I'm not too surprised into how they've been sticking their noses around some of all these areas. While Daytrade also spotting out lyrics going on at the exchange, while T5, I guess they just rocked up into the wrong territory where they were kind of forced to eventually go in for the exchange up against Team Flash. First this time, getting better and better. Round after round, Team Flash just upping the ante. And now having that clean 4-pointer is definitely going to be boosting some of all these results that they could get by the end of the run. But of course, the coast isn't exactly clear. Last we checked over on the mini-map, going all the way into Songnam, I guess a lot of teams definitely want to find a little bit more cover from that spot. But some grounds across Hospital is also playable if they really want to cut towards the far west. But for most part, I think where Forest was over onto the hillside is still pretty much for the taking. So that could be pretty much them just staying put over on the corner, while Xavage men haven't been the best of starts for these guys out there. So far, starting off with only 6 points for the past 3 games. Some runs just absolutely with 0 points whatsoever. Definitely a far cry from what this team of the Masters regions can accomplish. But of course, many more games to go. We're looking at the side of all gamers global, just playing some of the best position possible over on the south, but Certi all by himself though. So AG Global, we saw them moving in from the emergency pickup. They're kind of spread apart at the moment, so I wonder if they could just find a way to reconvene.
Probably doing a bit of scouting work. As long as he don't bump into like a full squad charging at him, he'll be fine. And like what you said, playing by that edge. One thing about it is that you don't need to be worried about the southern side. Like nobody's going to come from the water area into that particular area where Certi was at. So Certi just needs to focus on like the land area, and as long as he doesn't bump into another team or another team doesn't crash into him, he should be okay. But anyway, because it is only phase number 2 with that kind of circle, they will still need to plan on how to get into the inner side of the land later on.
True enough. Meanwhile, there is definitely plenty of all these room for the rest of Team Flash to play by the edge of Hospital. Just making a quick pit stop, and we get further confirmation that it is going to be moving into the deeper territories of the in-betweens of Songnam as well as Hospital. So FW Esports find themselves another great ground to hold over on the north. But of course, plenty of teams will be going for the challenge as well. The last we saw, there was probably like what? The Expendables also rocking around that territory. So we expect to see perhaps a flurry of fights to be happening around that region of the map where TE is currently driving into.
And the Expendables coming into the circle, but a lot of teams around them. At the same time, another team's using the emergency pickup and they will land in the middle. Oh, it's actually AG Global there, landing in between the Expendables and also another team, eArena. So they have to pick a good spot here to stay away from that fight. Lots of gunfire onto them. You can see Lyrics here hoping to land those shots. They can try around. Probably is going to be giving him the return that he's looking for. So far, so good. Lots of damage, but not able to get at least a knock yet. But finally, he should be able to. And that's going to be their win, securing the elimination point. It's going to be Tanru, but anyway, it still goes to the Expendable.
He's just so sharp. I mean, that guy just immediately landed on his feet and straight to his knees. I guess it's a little bit of an overshot on that parachute where he was hoping to actually find a little bit more cover through the rocks, but it is what it is for AG Global. Beggars can't be choosers. We saw one of the members drop very early, and that was Certi. I thought that IMAS, as well as the rest of AG Global, would be following suit, but apparently not. So now it's kind of awkward for AG Global where they're spread a little too thin in between the members of TDT, while Daytrade also sees some movement coming from Sharper Esports. At least Sharper Esports got a couple of compounds to work with over on the far west, but speaking of which, J-Die now getting knocked down. It's going to be Scappy. With those two members, they're still getting themselves pretty activated. They want to get involved where they're just going to play as if there's still 4 members on their backs.
And the Expendables, great spot for them to be in if you kind of think about it. Like on the minimap, yes, you have 2 other teams in front of them, but because of the geographical location that they are in, Like it can stay clear out of all the other teams. So good work there by the Expendables, and they do have a full squad still, but they have a lot of eyes. But now we have Kiss now on screen going up against Thunders, and looks like Thunders will be roaring down Kiss.
Oh boy, what a snap coming from Thunder, immediately turning his target over onto Kiss and just telling him, you better check your corners, my guy, because Sharper Esports is going to be out to get you. So far, it's going to be a straightforward affair for the side of Sharper Esports with what really went on where Forest Natural Gaming really had no other options. I mean, you take a look at the edge of Songnam and you start to wonder, okay, if they were to actually hide out, eventually have to drive in as well. So I guess they just cut their losses rather early on. So Forest Natural Gaming this time only with 1 point. Still not out of the woods yet, but being at the bottom 12, not something that I expected for the side of Forest Natural Gaming that has dominated back in their Thailand circuit. Kisama now moving over on the back, might just be able to catch some of these members of WBG as they're getting themselves pretty much rowdy over on the other corner, spotting out high mass. So it's only one member left for the side of AG Global while they continue on to that journey to find a little bit more room as they join Marcus over the edge. But 6, 7, 8, 9 is being held back because QiWA has already made his presence felt through the spine of the hill. Team Flash, they take over, and over on the screen is going to be a code where you can grab yourself some G coins. So quickly screenshot this and eventually input the code so you walk away with a little bit of extra for yourself. So like I said, everybody's a winner. Make sure you get this because it's only for a limited time and only for a limited amount. So go ahead.
Yeah, up to 300 winners, so you have to do it quick, ladies and gentlemen. While these teams are quickly making their way into the circle, some of them were still on the outside the last we saw. Anyway, now we have Upchen spraying down on the QiWA. QiWA, where are they going to land right now? The moment they land, it's going to be FW right in front of them. Zigzag got Man. That's going to be the start. And they're looking for more targets right now. But for the other members,
man, there's just no place to be at over the corners of Scrapyard where there's just so many teams already moving into this area. And that nade from Banana One clips onto 2 members of QiWA Esports. Only down to Trick. He's hoping to recover Chimo with the full shields now being popped up. But that's barely enough cover. They're just hiding out inside the containers. So they're definitely attracting a whole lot of eyeballs. TE, they're just keeping themselves pretty quiet because they don't want to be involved on the other side of the spot of the hill where the scrapyard is just full of all these teams just waiting to pick off one another.
yeah, it's just scrappy there, right? So they kind of moved away from that scrapyard location. And now with Tanvu, long range tap away with MK12, not able to get a knock, but that's fine. Because right now, if we look at the minimap, like they have a decent amount of distance between the other teams. Decimate Gaming, one of the other teams in front of them, managed to make their way into the circle. And here we go. Speaking about the next circle, we're going to see phase number 5 real soon. Where will it go? Where will it favor? It's going to be the Expendables again.
Yeah, they're definitely holding on to the prime location since they've been booking that spot. We're just saying this location definitely has been able, I mean, not only great covers for the side of TE, it's a spot where they could just spot the rest of the other guys coming from the southern quarters of the field. Despite them not really being all too active just yet, they're bound to be because whoever settles the scores from the scrapyard region, they're bound to meet with the rest of TE, and I guess they're happy to eventually pick them. Sharper Esports already moving around as they are slowly paving a little bit more of a path for them to also gatekeep the rest of the field from moving inbound. So Daytrade, as we can see from the minimap, there's just Tigger by the edge of it. They're trying to formulate how exactly would they be able to squeeze in safely from Iran.
Yeah, that question should be asked to KM right now. He's the only player from Sharper that's still outside. He has his other teammates within the circle, so he can use them as a marker, and he's starting to make his move. Savage Men, same situation. But this time, the entire squad is still on the outside of the circle, tapping away on Team Flash, hoping to get a knock at least. Within the smoke, there's one, they know it, but Oliver could not land his shot yet.
Yeah, pretty tough to actually get one through such a distance as well. Binnek just lucky to be able to hold on for now. The rest of Team Flash so far playing a much cleaner round. WDG kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. If he moves further down, there's still the rest of Team Flash to deal with. And of course, Xavage Man is not going to make it any easier. Same goes to Rip. So they're just being held back. If they could, they would just maybe tank the blue zone and look for an alternative plan. As Long X tries to go blow for blow, but the rest of Team Flash, they're not really in the clear just yet. Just a couple more steps for them to get into the rim of the circle while Xavage Men are fighting their way out of this as they try to take them on. Chloris now charging up the border. Where exactly does this land? Far in the hole. Ooh, where does it connect?
And he got it? No, not yet, not yet, not yet. Try it again. Let's see if he'll be able to land anything out of this. But at the same time, Xavage Man having them on screen right now. It's time for them to get into the circle. WDG in front of them. Savior, he sees one. He's trying to block him from actually coming in. 6, 7, 8, 9 on the vehicle. Now trying to get away from the blue, but taking a lot of damage for Savior. And it's going to be Ditch to knock him down.
Somehow, Rip is still surviving, and this time around, it's going to be Xavage Man to also go up against the rest of Team Flash, while the rest of WDG gets sandwiched in between and will not last any longer than a 12th position at the moment. The feed's rolling well right now. Taego's getting a little something out of these members of Team Flash as they're now get corralled upon. X-Men, they start to overwhelm the rest of Team Flash as they receive a little bit of resistance coming in from the rest of the Expendable, but Nano One getting involved as well. But QiWA quickly treats right back. And Team Flash licking their wounds. Only Long X left and barely enough cover. There's only smokes for now. PSC tries to retreat from wherever he could to still try to make a cut. The rest of X-Men, they have a lot of cover for her back, but she was swooping from the north.
Oh, and the circle still favors the Expendables. Now on the right side of the circle. How is X-Men going to get out of this situation? QiWA will be coming in. Nate will be up across. Looking for his next target. It'll be Yomik. Now going down to save his teammate, but he has to be extra careful. Takes a bit of damage from the other side, but still able to reach in time.
Yeah, it's just going to be a quick recovery, but QiWA, despite going on the aggressive, they have not found a single...
Oh, wait!
Long X knew where exactly they were hiding. Team Flash, they had the last laugh, and TE, they close out the fight up against X-Men and another member side of eArena, and it's just down and out for QiWA Esports.
Whew, what a nade that was. Buy one, free one, ladies and gentlemen. 2 points in the pocket. Buy that one nade. Now it's time for Team Flash to get into the circle. But next, they're going to face off against the Global Champions. And the Global Champions, they seem to relocate themselves towards the southern side.
Yeah, and they're just going to be enjoying a lot of all the safety net of cover while all the other teams were actually backclawing their way around in North Point. TDT just trying to stay afloat over on the edge, and I don't think there's much of these resources left for the side of Kwang F. We'll see what we make out of it. KM99, the next one on the chopping block as eArena. They brought in the P90 down with the angles. Oh, no chance whatsoever for Decimate Gaming as they go back to land down under. No formulated response from Decimate as just like that. TE, they spread their wings, they move south, and they just took out Decimate.
And welcome to the 10 kill mark, ladies and gentlemen, for the Expendables. They have the entire southern side for them to play with. Yes, there is Wang on the outside of the blue, but I don't think he'll be able to give too much impact towards the Expendable. Okay, they saw him, and there you go. Another point in the pocket.
Yeah, it's just looking absolutely clean. A walk in the park for the Expendables on how they've been able to slowly isolate their targets. But the other big boys on the block is actually Team Flash, who has won some of the heavy trading that we saw over in North Point. And to my surprise, all 4 members are still intact. So we are actually getting some of all these titans of the Vietnamese region to be able to fend off one another while eArena picks them apart. He finds the mark on this Chloris as he hits him directly onto the head. Should be able to at least salvage what it is over on the other corner as Duck just waste no time to get Chloris back on his feet. A 4-way standstill at this current moment as we are looking at only eArena as well as FW slightly weighted down with 3 members remaining. So still pretty much playable, especially when you take a look at eArena. They have plenty of all these supplies if they were to cut across the streets, but a lot of all these teams, they're playing by the spot of the hill because they know that there's a lot of all these open grounds in the middle that is going to be absolutely exposed. And speaking of which, that one's already on the task to take down Banana One.
Yeah, trying to take out the members of Team Flash. Team Flash need to get into the circle as well. Now, the Expendables, they're creating the smoke bridge. Want to cut across? Long range, but Delwin, he needs to reload. Okay, anyway, he doesn't Tanvu his teammate to knock down QiWA, and Tanvu will be the one to secure that point for the Expendables.
Yeah, it's just a tough position for the rest of the members of Flash, and now they just really have to commit to this fight. And that blue zone grenade is already clipping off around the home dish. He's unwilling to expose himself while he tries to pop open the first aid kit. He will be able to hold out, but here comes Long X trying to trade right back. But Delwin is a little too sharp on that AUG. And he still soaks in a little bit of the damage. Hongbo Dish is the next one to falter. The Expendables go for blow, but it is too much. 2 more members remain. TE, they will quickly recover, but this allows the rest of eArena and FW to push forward.
Here we go. Time to push in. At the same time, on the left side, a couple of members of eArena left behind as a support. Jacob takes a bit of risk here. Looks like he's still going to go in for it. Delwin will be eliminated. Tanvu and Cloris will be down on their knees as well. And right now, we see that the Expendables, only 1 player left. The Expendables might be eliminated. Now the charge is happening from FW.
Pity for them. I mean, they were sandwiched in between TE, now left with only Duck Juice trying to pick a fight. It's been 15 points. It's been solid so far for their run, but now back against the blue zone, trying to actually get a little cover to actually trade. And this is going to be P90 running out of bullets already. He has to fall back with only 6 HP left, but they had Duck Juice bleeding out to the blue. Now the fight is on. 2 versus 3 against eArena and FW Esports.
And here comes Lyrics from the other side, taking out 6 stacks. Toke is down as well. Only 1 more from FW. eArena are in the driver's seat at this moment. They're looking for the final player of FW. It's going to be Banana One. Banana One on the lower ground. They're heading towards him. Banana One with the AUG. Banana One sees his target. Lyrics as well. Now they're on to him. And from the side, they're not going to let this chicken dinner go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to eArena.
Another Thai team dominates the field once more, and it's eArena who's been fending off everybody who's played over onto the play-in stages, and now seeks revenge and seeks a whole lot more. The top 4 spots absolutely up for grabs for eArena as they're going on the street.
eArena, ladies and gentlemen, with the control of the circle earlier on. Most of the fights happened on the right, and right in front of them when they wanted to cross the road, there were a lot of airdrops in front of them that they could use as not only supplies, but also cover to get into the circle. And it made their journey to get across the road easier because of those supplies.
Yeah, you know that the fight was intense to the point that you see one of them are controlling the temperature of the AC already. So, of course, that being said, it has been a really hot mess from the start all the way to the finish. We see the clash between Cerberus as well as Sharper Esports, where Sharper has gotten the best out of Cerberus Esports. So that itself has definitely impacted on the overall run and really put the rest of Cerberus Esports on the slump. While Daytrade, they wasted no time. They were out for the hunt to take on some of the members of Force Natural Gaming. Just when we thought that Force could actually get a little bit more momentum coming out of that big round of Rondo, but it seems to be that there's still a lot more things for them to solve by the end of the day, as it hasn't been the smoothest of journeys so far for Force Natural Gaming.
Yep, too bad for them, but it has been pretty smooth so far still for the Expendables. Though they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they were still able to get a lot of eliminations. I believe that I wouldn't be surprised if they actually scored the most points because of the amount of kills that they got.
Yeah, the last we checked was what, 15, and that's still Duck Juice trying to hold on for dear life to actually stand up against the rest of eArena as well as FW Esports. Despite the circumstances, we saw how rowdy it was over the North Point, where Team Flash is also emerged as one of the victors of all the battles to come because they controlled that spine of the kill. And not forgetting over onto the south side, they had the Expendables to take care of whoever there is over south. So all that Clash really had to worry about is some of these members of Xavage Men, QiWA Esports, and whatever list of names that does appear over on screen. And I guess WDG were one of those that just receives the short end of the stick.
Yeah, then the Expendables on screen. Okay, I'm just looking at their eliminations, right? Yeah, it should be about like 15 or so. And if it is a 15, then it is a finals record so far, the highest amount of kills got by a team in a single round. And they didn't really even need a chicken dinner. Well, Team Flash not too bad as well. I mean, last we saw them on screen, 11 at least. So it's also a pretty decent round for Team Flash, considering the circumstances that the circle kept going away from them.
Yeah, it's such a technical battle. We saw how these teams have to traverse through difficult terrains in order to find any form of room to even cover themselves or even look for those trades. And by the end of it all, the patience of eArena absolutely paid off, where we saw them secure a few compounds over the far south around the edge of Songnam, and they just waited for a lot of all these teams to be in the midst of the battle, and then they slowly picked them apart. But Jacob so far has been the major contributor into how they have been able to close out this round in a spectacular fashion.
Wow, talk about majors, not only in the kills department, but look at his damage as compared to everyone else. You can combine all the damage, but you won't be able to make up to his amount of damage. And that is why Jacob is honored the MVP for this round, coming together with five kills together with it, and also 3 knockouts. 40% point contribution, probably the highest that we have seen so far today. And of course, a maximum survival time of 28 minutes and 31 seconds.
Yeah, and when push comes to shove, you always do see Jacob to be out there on the fields, to be one of the frontliners of eArena's offense. And that just goes to show how efficient he has been throughout the course of the run. And true to what you've been mentioning as well, TE, they did back the highest amount of kill points in this matchup. So they still find themselves only 1 point ahead of eArena, despite the Thai team taking that chicken dinner. Team Flash also following really closely with that 15-pointer, while FW Esports this time sees a better journey to be able to make that top 2 finish. But despite that, they didn't really have the amount of kills to match up to that form of momentum. But Sharper, they got themselves 8 points, so you can see the rest of the pack are absolutely catching up to the chase. Decimate Esports just holds that borderline with that 30-pointer, but take a close look. T5 as well as WDG, they're just a few points away.
And also for the Expendables, they're only 2 points behind Daytrade Gaming. Before we started this round, the difference was probably like 19 points or so. And Daytrade Gaming, now they're sweating buckets. Looking behind them, it's like the Expendables now catching up to them. But they still have this 2-point gap, and there's still tons of games more to go. And speaking about games, of course, we have only 2 more games to go today. And we're going to head on to Miramar as our final 2 maps.
Yep, these are my favorite maps to actually witness, where we have seen so many of all these explosive fights taking place. Of course, Miramar does offer a little bit of a mixed bag depending on how this final circle will actually dictate where it actually lands. While we go into the play-ins, we've seen a couple of times that it ends onto very difficult stances for teams to actually take, where we had some over on the corner of Crater Fields, we had one inside of El Pozo. So we get a little bit of mix back from Urban as well as all these trades throughout the valley. So I'm definitely hoping that this will be a big recovery round for the team that needs it best. But so far, it really shows that the teams that came very well prepared, like the Expendables as well as Daytrade, to stick back into their winning formulas to be the biggest benefactors moving into this final stage. But this is day 1. I believe that day 2, they definitely make big adjustments. But for what it's worth, Miramar, I think that this is a very big reset for some of the teams that have been slumping moving into some of the maps that has been played out today.
Yeah, and good point about day number 2, right? Because day number 1, and normally it's all about like, okay, I'm getting to know the rhythm of how this lobby feels in the finals, and also some of the drops, how the movements, and compare notes with whatever research that they got, that they have done before this. And they'll definitely make adjustments tomorrow. Now, of course, if one team makes adjustments, everyone else is going to adjust as well. So we're going to see probably a different pace tomorrow, which is also dictated by what kind of circle are we going to get. And speaking about circles, so far today's circles have been generally interesting, especially with the circle that we just saw pull all the way down south. It was actually a very challenging circle for the players to overcome.
Yeah, some of these guys have to ref their way into the circle, and sometimes, by doing so, they put themselves at risk. And we saw even names like AG Global to be caught out in some of these maps like Rondo or even Taego in specific, which didn't really add much towards that tally. So that's one team that I want to see improve, especially with some of all these teams from a PBS region to not really have the biggest of showing moving into the Miramar matchup. So I hope that at least they have concocted a little bit of a master plan onto how to at least navigate the first 3 phases, and then it's just no whole bars, right? Where phase 4, phase 5, it's always gonna be crazy. The feed is almost unreadable at a certain point of time. So if it's going to be a kind circle, you would see something maybe a little bit more central, where a lot of teams would be at least poised to know some of the best fields to play, whether they're on flat ground dips or even if they're going to be on the high ground terrain. So it's just going to be whoever makes the mark here, just like how the Expendables have always been holding on to some of the key locations. You could also argue that the reason why Daytrade has been winning many of all these games is because they really prioritize on keeping themselves pretty much well secured, at least for the early stages, and then only get active by phase 6 onwards.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, right? If you kind of think about it, like our top teams so far, like Daytrade, like the Expendables, they don't really take early fights. And it's not like they want to avoid those fights entirely. They focus on to getting into key positions. Just like how we saw in the Taego map. Where was the Expendables? Okay, at first, they were like in this construction yard, and then they moved out because they realized that, okay, this is a key position with the current circle that they're at. Instead of like, okay, let's go out and let's try to take fights. Well, unless if it's like the Rondo map, like you know that it's like towards the end, cool. But if you're like from the start to like maybe like the first few phases, maybe like 2 or 3 phases, it's like just focus on to getting into key positions that will bring you in the long term.
Sure enough. And then you do have a couple of notable teams that are very willing to take heavy risks, such as the names of Team Flash, where you saw early span around, they're already setting up some of all these traps against other team, gatekeeping and even wrapping around the edges of the circle in order to farm massive numbers. And that paid off inside of Taego. And a team that has been able to traditionally do very well under those circumstances has been Cerberus Esports. Despite them, of course, getting blockaded in that round of Taego, I think that when we move into this matchup, when it comes down to Miramar, expect some of the names like Cerberus, Daytrade, and some even like the likes of Theerathon 5 to have a major hand into dictating how this round could actually go. But of course, I could say all that and they could just, I could just be proven wrong and just curse them like, oh, suddenly there's hot drops. And speaking of hot drops, I guess like we've seen multiple instances inside of Miramar where certain teams have definitely had certain challenges where, well, in areas like Lost Units, it's a city big enough to at least fit 2, arguably even 3 teams. But now that certain teams coming from the play-ins have already been eliminated, there's a lot of open space up for grabs. But at the very same time, is it going to be a situation where certain teams will have to go into alternate drops as well when we have a skewered flight path? So I guess we can only wonder as we're just like you waiting for the match to start. But I hope that you guys out there have been enjoying yourselves, and whoever managed to claim that code, good on you. And we still have a whole lot more to go if you guys are wondering, but of course we leave some extras for the rest of the day. So make sure you guys are here watching throughout all of the final stages throughout the course of the weekend, as we will have plenty of chicken dinners to offer to you guys back at home or where you guys are at the moment.
Yeah, we'd like to find out as well, because like the codes or the code itself for the G coin earlier on is only limited and can be redeemed up to 300 users. So we'd like to find out as well who managed to redeem. Like there are lots of you watching out there, but yeah, who has the quicker hands to actually redeem? And yeah, we'll also like to find out like who did it, or maybe even who has tried, but unfortunately they were not able to redeem in time. So put it in the comment section as well, ladies and gentlemen. And who knows, if it's were to stay tuned to like the upcoming days, there might be more codes to be given away. And some of you, if you're fast enough, maybe you can stack up the codes over the next 4 days. Who knows, right? So just stay tuned to us. I'm sure there will be more goodies here.
Yeah, you know, like throughout all these matches, we've seen a lot of glimpses of brilliances coming in from some of the finest come out of PVS as well as the Thailand series as well. But of course, we cannot forget on how well some of these teams hailing from the Master Series have played out, where Decimate, despite not being the flashiest of teams, I think they've been super efficient on how they've been consistently gaining those points, wrapping around the edges, and just like that, having the right protocols to do so. Of course, having Flood to regroup with some of the boys from DOs so far has definitely supplemented them. Of course, alongside with the firepower of MD as well as Monty, I think this team definitely is on the right trajectory, but they gotta also keep up to the pace where they need maybe a big round, just like how the Expendables did, just like how Team Flash did, in order to really put them on the map. Else, I guess they're happy where they're at, finding a couple of all these pickoffs. QiWA has tried many times, but what do you think is the struggles that QiWA is facing? Because I felt over in the north section, they were in a decent spot at first. I mean, you can argue that their passage through the emergency pickup wasn't exactly the finest, but by the time the fights erupt, they were supposed to gain those points, but they didn't manage to find much in return.
Yeah, I think you pointed it out right. Like it all started because of the emergency pickup drop. After that, like they used the emergency pickup rather late, I must say. And when you're in such a small map and then use the emergency pickup, like maybe was there like what, phase 3 or 4, something around there. Like you would expect like in the middle of the circle to have a lot of teams, and so happened those are the powerhouse teams as well around them. There was one player who was not able to even land, he got knocked, so that was how difficult for it is for them to play with that sort of timing with the emergency pickup to go in. Maybe it could have been easier for them to use a vehicle. I'm not too sure because we had to look at their entire journey from the beginning, right? Like, and where did they actually use the emergency pickup. Maybe it's like really, really far away. It's like, okay, it justifies it. But if it's like just like a drive away, then maybe they could have went for the drive instead. But of course, these players, they are the pros, so I'm pretty sure that they would have made the best possible decision for themselves. It could have been the situation where, it's really, really far. We are way too far away. Even if we wanted to drive, even if we wanted to run, whatsoever, we would have been taking too much damage and we might not survive the blue. So the emergency pickup was a mandatory use for them to survive.
Yeah, of course, that case could always be argued whichever options they actually go for. It's always a big risk, a big gamble if you may actually put it as well, because you see a lot of teams, they always go for some late rotations, even setting traps over on blue zone. And speaking of which, moving into Miramar, we expect a lot of all these long-range, mid-range fights to actually take place in order to weather the storm. Speaking of storms as well, I really do want to see if we're ever going to have any form of fights happening in between a sandstorm, because we only get a glimpse of that in the play-ins where it just bypasses. It never really puts those players into a difficult spot at the very least. So 1 minute to go as we are looking to close off the night with even more high impact plays coming from the finest of APAC.
Yep, and we're going to see the last 2 games. Of course, it's going to be playing in Miramar. I would love to see like an Impala circle. Impala is really, really challenging. But of course, if we want a kind, nice circle, it can be anywhere in the middle. And Contra is a fan of urban warfare, so I'm pretty sure you wouldn't mind a Lost Learner circle. Hopefully, let's go there. But yeah, an Impala circle would be kind of nice. Let's keep it to that.
You know, I could accept a Picado ending, but Los Lunas always feels like a maze where everywhere you just look at players running through walls like they're kind of like guinea pigs in a giant cage, you know. Like, it has always been tough where for some of all these areas of play vary from time to time, but of course, it's time to get down to business once more as you're currently watching the final stages as we're diving into match 5 here in the APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 1.
One, two, three, let's go. That's how we will start off every match. Wow, I really love the background music here. Here we go. The flight path is going to start from Alcantara all the way to the other side, just above Impala. So teams who would like to drop on the southern side, maybe they prefer like the resort or maybe even Puerto Paraíso, they need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle and head to their destination.
Yeah, and speaking of which, eArena is typically that team that loves dropping into Puerto Paraíso, so they're already making those early adjustments. Jungle looting, I mean, you could say desert isn't exactly a jungle, but they're just picking whatever that's left over onto the far corner where there's hard spawn of vehicles. I think the likelihood of them to drive all the way down south into Valdemar to get loot is entirely possible, because to challenge FW Esports is going to be tough. And speaking of a challenge inside of Power Grids, we do have a little bit of a ruckus going on as Sharper Esports is going to be toe-to-toe up against PG Global.
Oh, early fight here, despite it being a Miramar map. And again, it's going to be AG. AG, they do love these early fights. Same goes for Chopper as well. And now the chase is happening. They're getting closer and closer. We're going to have Imas right in front with the UMP. Stargate just behind the wall.
Wow. I just didn't expect all these teams to really look at the center map and say, okay, let's claim this one for our own. So far, Erzapaloi managed to do a lot of matches. And I might actually spoke too soon about these guys from Sharper Esports. Jedi didn't even get to pick up any from weapons as he was stuck by the corner wall. So Jaimes just put some quick work onto him with that UMP. So it's all about getting that first dips, and Daytrade, they're not too far off. They heard all that action. I think that Tiger one's in, but can he find that vehicle to eventually join in the party as well? Or perhaps just looking to attack from downtown. He does have that mutant in hand with a 4X. So maybe he's just going to be able to at least chime in to do a little bit of a damage to either side of the party.
Yeah, I believe his objective was just to puncture the vehicle of the tire of the vehicle. So that's going to be pretty much it. His teammates are not with him, so they're not going to make any big moves yet. But speaking about the big moves, AG, they have to make the big moves if they want to save their fallen teammate. Sharper, KM99, now down on his knees. AG, go time for them as Destroy will destroy the remaining members of Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports out.
Quite literal when you mention it. AG Global finally getting things going for them. And just like that, Sharper Esports, you saw they were pretty much spread out and they couldn't really find the better end of the exchanges. The moment that they get those two knocks, you can see the confidence out of Sharper Esports quickly depletes. And if you take a notice, from Taego to the point of moving into Miramar, they've always been contesting for these spots, and now it's starting to actually hurt them. So that definitely needs a little bit of fixing moving into these upcoming days, because we got a lot of Miramar matches to go, and tomorrow we're also kicking things off in Miramar again. Is it going to be a one-round kind of altercation? Is it just because it's an outer drop that resulted in Sharper doing so? Of course, we got a lot of big questions here. Some of you guys who have watched the Thai series could definitely give us some answers, but of course, for Flood, yeah, getting through a little bit of that sandstorm. Thankfully, no crashes whatsoever. Decimate Gaming so far paving a smooth path, still in the top 4, but they cannot slack off. As we saw WDG, they've been ramping up fights after fights they've been taking. They've been able to secure that 29 corner. eArena, however, they're still on their journey over in the far west as they finally get themselves a glider, but it's going to be a long flow from here.
Here goes Larix, the pilot. So it is a big map. So he has a lot more space for himself to navigate around. And great that he's like following behind his teammates, right? Like he can be that long-range area scout for them just to make sure that, oh, okay, nobody's on these high grounds to try something funny against his teammates so they can still navigate around. But on our minimap, and even on our screen, like FW is on the other side, and Larix, he probably saw the moving vehicles. Okay, so that's information back to his team. Daytrade Gaming making their rotation as well, but Solozi, just long-range taps just to stamp his dominance, that telling Daytrade to not come to his area.
Yeah, it's quite the long journey for some of these players for eArena, because from the last I checked out the min-map, sure, you have Larix with the flight, but realistically, if you think about the circle as well, it covers ranges from Los Leones onto the corners of even Truck Stop. So if they were to wrap over the south side, surely there's definitely a lot of space for them to play with, but they're gonna lose a lot of all these information to be gained over onto the central region of the field, where you don't really want to risk moving directly into Picado. Most teams will definitely not go for a straightforward pattern of rotation. Speaking of which, FW Esports, they were just by the edge of El Pozo, and they're already making a decent journey into Chumacera. If there's anyone to actually stop eArena, it definitely has to be FW.
Oh, and QiWA, not as lucky as Lucky J, happen to be sharing the same area. But it looks like Lucky J don't really know that QiWA is there for some reason, or we're not too sure who arrived first. But anyway, both sides not really making those engagements yet. And totally understandable, because we have like 15 teams at the moment, so you don't want to be one of those earlier teams to be eliminated. And while you can still hold on to it, I mean, you're in the circle anyway, so you might as well just leave that for now. Wow. All the other teams that are making their rotation. Forest Natural Gaming, for example, they're taking a very safe rotation route, passing by Valademar, getting into the circle from the southern side. So I don't expect them to bump into other teams at this stage.
It's definitely going to be quite a while before we get ourselves into the thick of the action. Decimate, I've been pretty curious as to how they've been able to navigate their way around rather safely, even on a very difficult matchup like the Islands of Sanaska to kick things off. Kisama, like you said, he's been lurking around, still tracing onto Lucky J. And he's waiting for him to try to stay still, and then this is just going to be that free pointer for Team Flash. But is he going to open the can of worms if he does miss the mark? So Lucky J, oh, he's already getting a couple of attacks being sent his way. Thankful that he survives, but not too sure for how long can he stay still for the moment as he quickly dashes through. Could be accompanied with even eArena going for an aerosol onto Scappy. Larix always pulls some of all these crazy feats, and that's going to be quickly gathered as Sizzy secures it for the team.
Wow, that was a really interesting one. And the follow-up as well, gotta give it to them. It's like, okay, they got the knock, communication back, ZZ climbs up to the high ground, secures that point, and 3 kills now for eArena. And Larix is looking for his next target. But based on our minimap, of course, we know that there's nobody there, but he's just doing his due diligence.
Yeah, it's been multiple rough run-ins coming in for Forest Natural Gaming. And it really hurts for the fans of Forest Natural Gaming to see them really drive back into their own circuits, securing, of course, that top 4 finish. And now, just showing signs of struggle through and through, unable to get out of these early phases. And of course, eArena was passing over onto the southern terrains, and didn't seem like there's much that can be done for the rest of Forest. We see a little bit of a trade out, not too much of a tight altercation between some of these guys out there, still trying to find the best spot possible. It could still end up anywhere, since phase 1 does have a lot of all these areas, even like Picado, that has been under the radar as well. But a vast majority of them are definitely looking at the north point of Los Angeles all the way into the craters just on the outskirts of Truck Stop. So we'll definitely have to see what do they get out of the situation. Well, the rest of Daytrade as well as FW Esports are just lurking around the edges of Los Leones, but unable to actually get much of a positive trade going for either parties.
And Daytrade, yep, in Los Leones from the northern side, so they'll be okay for now. But anyway, it's still phase 1 circle, so everyone's anticipating the next phase. Like, do they need to move or can they stay? Okay, 10 more seconds. Los Leones, definitely within the circle. Phase 2, very likely for it to be in it as well. Get a confirmation right now, and oh,
Wow.
no, wow, hard shift towards the north where the sandstorm is at.
Yeah, I guess I get what I have been asking for, but of course, no fights taking place just yet. They're just here to weather the storm, and the rest of FW Esports is looking to, or shall I say, that was actually the Expendables cutting through the edge of the graveyard. X-Men will try their level best to hold over onto these open terrains, while, of course, throughout the valleys, we'll actually see TDT Esports to be actively involved as they are hugged by the far eastern corner of where power grid valleys are. So they should be able to spot many of all these movement coming into phase 3 onwards if they were to stay put. Even if they don't want to, perhaps there's a certain location where they could still find a spot to call home. And if desperate time calls for a desperate measure, there's always that zip line, which nobody is willing to take that risk for now. I'm hoping to actually see a little bit of that zip line action, but HAPPIE squad, I want to see more out of it. But oh, Haisaki 1 HP left.
Whoa. Okay. Holding his breath right now, Haisaki. Somehow he managed to survive. For now, that is. Okay, should be on the clear right now. His teammates are together with him. In case anything happens, they can still go and support. But here comes DCM on screen. Lots of teams nearby, including Team Flash. Might see a knock real soon. Looks like a lot of heavy gunfire happening on that side.
Yeah, Decimate Gaming, they do cop a really good inside of Minas Generalis, and this is going to be as close as it gets to the center without getting themselves into a very tricky spot. But they're not in the clear just yet. Take a look at Team Flash. They already spotted some of these members lying around the corner. Inside this, by the scaffolding at the moment, Kisama already closing up the distance with a couple of all these frag shells for me to drop upon him. This is a little too short to actually connect over on the inside, but perhaps it does a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough to take down the rest of these members of Decimate. So Kisama just giving them a little bit of signal warning that they're not entirely alone in the city.
Yeah, Kisama has been there for like the longest time. Like the spread of Team Flash is like, okay, Kisama's there. His other team is like on the south side. But looks like Kisama, he's probably telling himself like, okay, I'm done there. Like, he could be on his way to be back with his teammates, but he has to be extra careful in case he crosses the road and someone else is waiting. And also he has to be aware that the fact that Decimate could see him from that high ground as well. So it's something for him to consider. So I guess that's why Kisama is really taking his time and he's not really leaving his post yet.
Oh, Oliver already scouting that there is going to be a team inbound, and WDG might just actually hot drop into this form of the area while Cantera is being held by the rest of eArena. So they're just going to make the rest of QiWA work for that space. Where exactly are they landing? Chiprit does not get the chance. Same goes to Chimo as well. This time it's HAPPIE squad as the Master Series players are going up against each other. QiWA also dropping very close to X-Men as well. So everybody wants a piece of that center portion of the field where Graveyard is at, and we expect a lot of graves to be dug. And I guess we start with the members of QiWA Esports. One of the earliest few to bow out.
Yep, eliminated at number 15. Unfortunately, no placement points for QiWA. And like what you said, a circle all the way to Graveyard. Okay, we have another team arriving soon. It's going to be Daytrade Gaming, just above Xavage Esports. They're passing by Xavage Esports. Okay, Oliver, scoping down. Taking that shot. Managed to land it. One knock. Make it two. From the other side, it's going to be Tanbu. The Expendable is going to pick up those points.
Just look at the tracing coming out of Tanville. This guy is insane alongside with Duck Shoes. Daytrade did not stand a chance. It's only trigger upon landing, and now Daytrade is just going to sit tight in this compound. I hope, pray that nobody else cuts right through, but Keep in mind, Decimate, they have been around these areas of Minas Generalis, and they're happy to get whatever visitors through the parachutes. And now, I don't think there's any further chance you could even go for the rescue, but Flash actually isn't too far off. Maybe he could limit his way into safety, then perhaps there is an off chance that he could still go in for a pickup. And speaking of that, another emergency pickup. And look at Tapu.
Oh.
As if that AUG is not enough, he's bringing out the Panzer as well.
Okay, he kept it, okay? He's being chilling. Okay, second time around with the AUG. Let's see if we can get a second set of eliminations. All right, landing right now is going to be WDG. And they're going to land right in front of Decimate. But Taego still doesn't want to let them go.
It's just insane. I mean, the amount of damage he does to these guys in there. And now Inside's also soaking a little bit of that pressure coming in. He's got to quickly recover as the rest of Decimate Gaming definitely have a heavy duty of business to actually settle with the rest of WDG. Just by the edge of this hillside, and they're also receiving tax. Marcus is already out of it. Vanny also getting caught up by the rest of the X-Men members. So there is a battle ongoing inside of the graveyard.
Oh, here comes Savage Man Esports, sending the Savage over. Xavier will lead the charge, and Xavier! Good thing that he checked the corner. Was not punished for it at all. And at the same time, he's able to collect that elimination point. TDT Esports eliminated just like that. Just one push by Savage Man Esports, and they're out.
That's the cleanest, close compound fight that we've actually seen. And Savage Man finally gets a little bit more of the recovery round for themselves. And this is definitely their game to lose so long as they can actually hold throughout these phases inside of the graveyard. And of course, one out. And with that form of ferocity, I think Savage Man definitely is onto something. But we will have to see if this is going to be a hard shift into the outskirts or otherwise. Most likely than not, the center will still be absolutely safe. And seems like it's going to be exactly the case. Still a couple of compounds, but T5 to get that control over the North Point, which they'll be absolutely happy about. AG Global, not too much. They're just swerving past the blue zone, and they have to bypass these members of FW Esports at the moment.
Yeah, FW, they have to cross the road. It's never easy if you have to cross the road like that. Anyway, for AG, they have just arrived, but they're still not within the circle yet, and they have to cross the road as well. Right in front of them is going to be T5. T5 just across them. AG takes that risk. And now, gunfire onto them. Destroy. Managed to get across, but his other two teammates are still on the other side. While we shift over onto the left side, Cerberus Esports having gunfire onto them.
Oh, that was a really rocky ride. MKD brought down to 1 HP, not even having enough time to heal up. Tries to book himself in shack away from harm as Savage Man is also popping in the tires. That's bad for Lambao, and just like that, Upton gets another pickup. But of course, the trades coming in from the side of FW, they also want a piece of that fallen member right at this moment. Cerberus in a pickle right now. Duckmite needs to actually recover before he actually has any form of impact throughout the sandwich situation. So stuck in the middle between FW Esports as well as Savage Man. They have to pick the poison, which one to take on first.
Oh, Tonke, hit shot onto him. Immediately went down to 8 health. And Tonke, as a trade-off, he managed to get one knock, but it's a long range now. He's not able to secure the elimination point yet. And now from afar, it's going to be Tonke again. Tonke not letting them go at all. And because of that, Cerberus Esports is eliminated.
That's a god angle for Tonke, or should I say, it's a bad spot to be at for the side of Cerberus Esports, where they thought that that terrain's going to give them any form of cover, but FW was charging from the back, so there's just no room for them to even breathe at that form of moment. While we do see an exchange going on, Long X this time gets to avenge whatever happened back in Taego, as there will be those bodies hitting the ground right now, with Duck Juice also getting a headshot over on to Ia. Not quite sure where exactly that is, but I believe that to be somewhere around the fuse of the south, as Happy Squad are looking to be struggling to actually make the corner of cut the arena over onto the hillside as well, relying on whatever smokes necessary, as Theerathon 5 does have a couple of all of these water tanks to actually hold out, as T5, they got that compound pretty much all to themselves. eArena, though, they only lost one, so that's not too shabby after all, but there's a lot of work to be done for eArena.
Well, now we see Happy Squad on screen. Right in front of them, it's going to be Savage Men. But at the same time, we're going to monitor the circle. I believe might as well. They wait for the circle to see how far they need to go or which area they need to win next. Looks like circle is going to hard shift towards the right. And Decimate Gaming, they have the circle together with the compound.
Yeah, and this is where they actually get a little bit more time to shine. And from those factory plants that they've been holding on to, especially over onto some areas where they can just get a 360 flat view, they're going to be able to at least defend that quarter for a very long time. Happy Squads are well on their journey until Taego actually clips him, Patrick.
Oh.
That almost felt illegal on how sharp they've been almost the entire course of the game, but Savage Men hoping to pick up points, and Xavier will absolutely do so. 6 points in as the team from the Masters region has been shining bright in this matchup. Can't say the same about Happy Squad as they gotta run for their lives, but nowhere to run up this hills. This time they crash out close to securing those points, but not quite enough for Happy Squad.
From the pan to the fire to the floor to the stairs drop onto them. It's unfortunate for Happy Squad that they got eliminated in this manner. They thought they got into the middle of the circle just to meet up with so many other teams. eArena now in the same area. But at least for eArena, they can loot whatever that was left behind by Happy Squad. Anyway, now it's time for them to defend their area with so many other teams around them as well.
Yeah, plenty of exchange happening over the south side here. The Expendables trying to at least set foot over onto these high ground terrains to blockade the rest of these X-Men members from cutting right through. Duckjuice tries to move their way across in order to provide a little bit more assistance. Lucky James stuck behind the rock as well. Now it's really down to Upchen as well as Oliver. Saber are also getting rescued, so they can still go for the exchanges. Taego so far have been the menace, always will be, and this is just going to be an uphill climb for the rest of Savage Men. At first, we saw they had so much that's going well for them inside of the graveyard. The moment that they have to leave, now they find themselves in the pickle.
Oh, they'll win from the other side, putting more pressure on the Savage Men. Savage Men, they're quite split apart. Totally understandable because right now, they need to get Upchen into the circle. The blue is closing in onto him. He's running out of space at the same time. WDG eliminated at number 9.
Yeah, it's been a 0-pointer run for WDG. It's been rather tough on how this actually plays out for the vast majority of all these teams that bow early. Majority of them just walks away with 0 to 1 point at this moment, while whoever has the high grounds of Minas Gerais so far has benefited. Of course, not forgetting Savage Men that has claimed that graveyard sector. PG Global slowly getting picked apart. It's going to be FW Esports. They've been holding over onto the far western plains, and now gets that easy picking. And Suzy takes that opportunity to also stash those points away from the members of FW Esports. And eArena, they benefit being directly in the center. But this is definitely not an easy passage for them to hold.
Oh, at least they have the high ground advantage now. They have a good vision against all these other teams, including AG Global, just right below them. AG Global, one of the players bleeding out in the open. Used as hostage. CC, he sees them, tapping away with MK12, trying to get his target. Not able to land those shots just yet, but he must. Eliminated by Jacob. Point goes to eArena.
AG Global, they can stay still for now, but they're absolutely soaking whatever pressure is coming out of both eArena as well as T5, and they're unwilling to see them solely drawing the distance. And Clarice, he actually secures a kill with a Martyr out of nowhere.
Wow.
Oh boy, we gotta see that one. I'm not too sure how he did it. I mean, this guy absolutely have seeking missiles to be sent over onto the fields, but of course we carry on. There's still plenty of all these teams, 7 more on board. AG Global have stabilized already. They know that all they really have to do is sit still. eArena won't have those great angles to work with, and now they also do spot out Theerathon 5 by the corner.
Well, but the Expendables, they have a great position right now in the overall charts, number 1 at this moment. But still, eArena, they're chasing behind. Now, speaking about the Expendables, now they're going up against Savage Man. Xavier will be at the forefront. Tanvu will be representing the Expendables as well. Looking for the right moment. They don't really need to rush in for it just yet. They need to wait for their other teammates to come with them before they're able to push in onto Savage Man. And here we go.
Charging her in ferociously, still looking for a member of the X-Men. It's only down to Alva right now and the Expendables. So far, seeking out for 7, kicks down, Bellwin. Oh, it was close enough, but Tavu, it's always him. The Expendables can absolutely rely on this man for whatever situation, but the coast is not clear just yet. Shots are being fired from the side of Decimate Gaming. They've yet to leave Minas Gerais. They know that they can just play through the high ground. They don't really have to make too much of the advancement. But if they really want to close in onto the Expendables, this is the perfect time for Monty and co to shine.
Oh, what a clean push there by the Expendables. They keep their distance with eArena now in the overall charts. And now all these teams, so far, they pretty much in the circle, including Team Flash. Shouldn't be a problem for them to get into the circle. We'll be looking for phase 7 really, really soon. Coming up next, eArena, the only one in the middle. Everyone else is playing by the side, exchanging gunfire between all of them. And 10 more seconds, we'll see phase 7. Who will be favored by it?
Thank goodness that Zizzy is actually looking out after his teammates. There's plenty of bombardments being sent from the side of the Expendables towards this area of play. And they do know no matter what, they have to actually open that passage because that circle moving deeper towards the terrain where AG Global, eArena, as well as T5 has been holding out. So Decimate will have to leave some of all these compounds that they've been holding inside Minas Gerais. Flores, he's not quite done just yet. Couple of all these shells being sent up in the air, and is it gonna seek onto anyone at all? No, not quite likely, but I guess he could keep trying until he lands onto some members of eArena. But it always is good to see as the rest of eArena is doubling down onto flushing out the rest of these members of AG Global.
Oh yeah, AG Global, they've been holding on to that spot for the longest time. And so far, they've been blessed by the circle. We gotta think about it. If the circle was a hard shift towards the south, AG would not have the circle at all. So because the fact that they have the circle and so far eArena was not able to eliminate AG, well, they could hold on for more placement points.
They could just hold on, barely holding on as a matter of fact. Fluky meanwhile catches Hungodish running down the hillside and expect more players to be running towards this direction. Theerathon 5 as well as Team Flash, they got to do something about this. Decimate now takes a charge and Team Flash now bunched up in between, relying only onto the smokes and is about to subside as it's going to be a wall of hurt as Empty unloads those shells and goes in for a trade, receiving a couple of attacks, but Empty does connect one towards the side of Long K. This is going to open some trades as Monty closes it up, and it's just about enough to flush out the entirety of Team Flash.
That is the end for Team Flash eliminated at number 6. Now we're down to the top 5 teams, including Decimate Gaming. Their time to get into the circle. 7 kills so far. Flood, the moment he wanted to enter the circle, more teams are waiting for them, including the Expendable. They're falling down part by part.
And they're just absolutely zoning them each other off. They need to get to the zone, and eArena still pretty much hugging body corner of it. Somebody's got to make that run, and the rest of Decimate cannot afford to wait any longer. This is not going to be a zone that they want to tank out. Definitely now being thrown right in from the side of inside, and barely enough cover for the side of TE. They have to fight this one out. They only got that smoke for the moment, and that vehicle's about to explode. TE backs against the wall, and Empty is gonna unload a full clip, and he has been able to shred them apart. Blue zone grenades drop right in. There's no way in hell can TE survive.
TE, 2 active players left right now. So many teams around them with Jacob knocked down by Empty. But a trade back's happening here. Monty will win final player, but Monty will be eliminated as well. That is it for Decimate Gaming at number 5. Top 4 teams left. Here we go.
My, Glory's still fighting up against the rest of eArena. Kind of overextended for quite a little bit. eArena biting the bullet, and it's just going to be a singular unit left for the side of TE. I thought that they were a goner, but they're still fending off. And now only down to Tanvu, the man on a mission. But you saw how much damage he did to the rest of the pack. AG Global, they're happy to play that defensive position. Now they run out, and Tanvu's got his back exposed. So it's still going to be a 2 versus 5. Theerathon 5. Well, I say 2 versus 5. That's a little bit too much of an extension. 2 versus 4 is what it is. But it's going to be overwhelming. Who that? He's going to hold it down. And Theerathon 5 finds it.
Theerathon 5, ladies and gentlemen, scores their chicken dinner here inside of Miramar. What a run they had. They came from the right side, still a full squad. And we say full, it's not 5 players, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 players. They ran through it while everyone was just busy with each other, especially on the southern side where Daytrade Gaming was at, where eArena was at as well, and everyone was just trading blows with each other, and they came towards the end to wrap things up. Now we're going to check out the best moments here from the previous round, starting off with Sharper Esports versus All Gamers Global.
Yeah, it was a really clean takedown where Sharper couldn't really find much, and it was quite surprising on how the trades happened over on the final skirmish, where it was a literal uphill battle, while Theerathon 5 definitely have seen light at the end of the tunnel, where they've gotten that great compound to hold over North. But the Expendable so far doing a massive duty to really cause a lot of hurt to teams like QiWA Esports in the span of the round. And then we have ourselves a lot of clean finishes coming from Xavage men.
Oh yeah, Xavage man, they were really active in this round. I believe they got more than 10 kills at least. Yeah, we're gonna see the overalls later on. But Xavage man, not only they were defensively strong, they were also offensively strong as well when they pushed to other teams, and they were able to win fights. And eArena played in the middle for the longest time. They held on to AG for a very, very long time if you gotta think about it. They even evaded like mortars from the Expendables when it was targeted towards them.
Yeah, speaking of the Expendables as well, they definitely take matters to their own hands. You saw this push going through as they tried to take on the rest of Xavage men. And throughout the whole altercation, they have received that full information, which is why they were just running it down up against these members. But by the time that they run right through, Decimate was also causing a little bit of disruption, where Team Flash definitely was on the shorter end of the stick, where they attract a lot of attention coming from eArena as well as HG Global, forced to actually go up against Decimate. And for a moment, I thought Decimate, they played the high ground. They should have actually gotten a lot better at handling the situation up against TE, but I was proven wrong. The moment that TE emerges up towards the heel side, they took over.
Yeah, and TE, we see here, too bad they didn't have enough numbers. If they only had like more numbers, but because they had a very, very hard run to get into the circle, they lost players one by one, which is pretty much natural because there's just so much happening there. And T5, they stood away from all these fights. That's why we don't see them getting as many kills as they would have liked. I'm sure they would have wanted more, but anyway, it's still a chicken dinner with 6 kills, so that's pretty okay.
Yeah, a lot of it is either stolen away by eArena or other squads out there, where they were pretty much held by choke point, where it was not only them. AG Global was kind of stuck over on the north point, but the moment that eArena got pretty much exhausted with even the flushes coming in from DCM, the Expendables, and you name it, everybody got really busy. And eArena, once they crash out, nobody was there to actually stop Theerathon 5, as they just had that clear push, and they could just see almost everything from that lower end of the hill side. So they were confident to eventually have the numbers to just slowly take on whoever that's left on the field. And Fluky so far has been the biggest hitman coming in from Thailand, and will remain to be for Theerathon 5 in this match.
Yeah, with the 4 kills and 503 damage that he brings towards the team in this round, bringing them a total of 6 kills, so 16 points collected by T5. But the Expendables also with 16, eArena 16, wow. That's the last time that you see top 3 teams in a round's leaderboard scoring the same amount of points.
Never in the play-ins, to be specific as well, and all down the way to the top 5. Decimate, AG Global, 13 points. This has been such a top-heavy run that it kind of leave only crumbs for whoever's past the top 8 mark, and that is definitely gonna hurt for a little bit for some of these guys who didn't really receive much going on inside of this matchup. So when we get that updated leaderboard, we're still looking at TE to be on top of the podium with 66 points, but eArena this round, absolutely massive. They're still on the chase.
Oh yeah, they're now 7 points behind the Expendables. Daytrade Gaming at some point, they were at number 1 with a decent gap. 19-point gap was the biggest gap that they got, but they've been slowly falling. They're slowly falling down right now. They've been kind of absent in the past few rounds. Now at number 3 with 52 points. And because T5, they scored the chicken dinner, although it wasn't the biggest amount of points, 16 is still pretty okay. But because of that, they are now only 8 points behind Daytrade Gaming, and potentially in the next round, they could continue to push Daytrade Gaming down. And speaking about rounds, we only have one more round to go tonight. Of course, we're going to return to Miramar next.
Yeah, you talk about absence. It really felt that we're feeling a little bit of absence coming from some of these teams that hasn't really shown that same level of ferocity as compared to the rest of the pack. And it's rather surprising to actually see Forest Natural Gaming to be one of the outliers here that hasn't really gotten anything going for them from being picked off so early by eArena in this matchup. And I guess you could say the same about QiWA. They did try, but no results whatsoever. Arguably even TDT that does fancy themselves those early skirmishes. I think we've seen some maps they tried to do so, but no particular massive victories just yet. So perhaps they really gotta look back into the pages of their playbook and really think about what they really have to do tomorrow to actually look for some form of successes, so whatever small gains that they can get will definitely at least supplement them in this long weekend that's up ahead.
But you know what? I think the team that's actually suffering the most is Sharper, because we see them taking a lot of early fights, which is fine, right? Which is fine. You do what you need to do to try to collect points. But for the most part, they don't win their fights. That's number one. Number two, they hardly get away with points. Even if they lose a fight, they probably at most, to the best of my memory, getting only 1 point out of the fight. So that's definitely not worth it for Sharper. And it's almost every round during the early stage, we see them in a fight. So maybe that's something they need to consider as well, to like, is it worth it for them to try to push these kind of fights very early on?
Yeah, you could definitely see discomfort in the Sharper Esports' approach, where surely they did manage to win maybe one out of the many trades inside of Taego, and that's kind of about it. What about the rest of these rounds where you got all these staple maps like Erangel or even now Miramar, once again, getting challenged inside of Power Group? I hope that maybe they would just source for a different location, or perhaps if that was basically the plan B, then I guess plan B does not work. If plan A does not work, then I guess you could hop onto whatever other options left available. Arguably, if you really want something that's similar, I guess they could just cop a spot inside St. Martin. Even if you were to share it with somebody else, there's always a way that they could still find a way to skirt off of that city, and that still being somewhere around the central area. So, of course, that's just a suggestion. I mean, I'm not the coach, I'm not the analyst to see what exactly they could do about that. But, of course, there's definitely a lot of opinions onto how certain teams just couldn't really get things going. It's mainly just early game struggles. I think that we've seen some of the great runs that they have back in their own region, even some teams who have played through the play-ins. HAPPIE squad, they gotta wrap their heads around onto what kind of approach do you really want to go for, right? Because there were certain point of times where HAPPIE squad just had maybe just one big moment out of those fights, and then after that, it really felt like there's just a disjointed approach onto whether if they're going for a wide rotation. We first saw inside of round 2 of Erangel, if I do recall, they were clipped out by Team Flash. So there's still more rounds of Erangel to go. That's one thing to sort. And moving into Miramar, you can argue that maybe this is just a really tough place to be. But even despite that, I want to see more trades happening. I mean, HAPPIE squad, they are very capable of that. I mean, these guys were formerly Archangel Predators, right? So they're definitely able to hold their own. But for now, you're just seeing them being a little bit more passive for now.
Yeah, HAPPIE squad is an interesting case study as well, right? It's like they do survive. Like, we don't see them like being like eliminated, say like phase 1 or so. Yeah, they last to like phase 3, sometimes even 4. But the moment when they reach like phase 3 or 4 or so, and the camera pans over to them, and something happens and they get eliminated, it's always like, you lasted that long, but then again, not long enough to collect points. So I can feel the frustration there, right? It's like, we did everything right at the start of the game. Like, our early game was all pinpoint. Okay, it's cool. Our mid game and their mid game, referring to them obviously, it doesn't work out. So it's something they need to fix in the middle of a round.
Yeah, now that I can recall as well, I guess that there was some 50-50 decisions some of these teams have to make, especially on the emergency pickups. How many of these teams fall prey into, you know, some of all these players who's been shredding them from down under, right? I think Happy Squad was the victim for not once, I think it's been twice already. So they gotta be absolutely careful with, you know, the timings of the emergency pickup, if anything, and maybe consider maybe ridding off of that and just play the long way around. That could always be an option. I mean, I could say all of this and it may not matter at all because we still got one more round to close off our first day of action. And of course, tomorrow we'll still be here. Same time, same place, whichever channels that you guys are watching PUBG Esports from. Of course, we're always happy to have you around, and there's still more G coins to be scored for these days if you decide to join us. So consider that a little bit of an incentive for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams on board.
Oh yeah, that's a nice incentive in fact. In fact, you don't need to do much. It's like, oh, the code comes up, you know, you just copy it, key it in, and claim your coins. I mean, what else, right? What else? At the same time, you get to enjoy all these teams actually entertaining all of us. And we're going to jump into our final game where we will be entertained for today. Hopefully we get an entertaining circle because the circle earlier on, it's a nice circle.
It was decent. I mean, I kind of always complain on when we do get some massive fights over on who's really the king of the hills. And Theerathon 5 so far has definitely proved a lot throughout the course of the field. Just stating the fact that they have been these massive victors hailing from Thailand and still are the top dogs of the tournament. But of course, the race is still on. We saw Daytrade, the Expendables, and many of all these global names to still be fighting for that podium finish to at least make things a little bit easier for them to secure the PGS 7 and 8 slots.
Oh yeah, the slots. That is most important. That is most important. You want to go to the next stage. Of course, besides getting the cash prize, you also want the slot so that you can continue on to collect more cash prizes. But can they collect those points in the final match for today? Miramar, let's go.
What a day it has been, Sir Cloud. I mean, when we take a look at the list of winners, majority of them are hailing Island. And first, the Expendables sometimes don't even need a chicken dinner. You take a look at how they've been performing so far. It's been like 42 kills throughout the span of those past 5 rounds, and they're now leading the chart with 66 points. A healthy lead up against eArena with 59. I mean, I could go dive into details, but that massive win from Theerathon 5 in that past round sees them overtaking Decimate Gaming by only 1 point. So still a little bit more work to be done, but at least Decimate Gaming has been rather consistent throughout the day. Just one massive win could actually set them apart once more. But Theerathon 5 now definitely have a target on their back. Theerathon 5 actually claims Puerto Paraiso as this flight takes passage from that quarter map. Very skewed towards the south, and we're getting a little something inside Impala. And not only that, we're having a little bit of battle inside the resort for the first time. It's Team Flash dropping it hot. And we're already securing a mini 14 in this battle, looking for Upchet, and he does get the nail done. That's first blood for Team Flash.
Oh, very, very early on, Team Flash gets it. Circle-wise, this is going to be an interesting circle. T5 in the middle of it for now. But we're going to focus on this fight. And so far, Team Flash, they're running ammo around the area of resort, looking to secure the next elimination point. Oh, and look at this. M249 in the hands of Oliver very early on. Let's see if he can make a comeback here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to unleash that demon of a weapon while Savior. He's happy enough to, of course, hold over onto whatever pump shotgun that he could just clear some of these room with. Kung Vodish with the AKM as well. Just looking through the corridor, hoping that the rest of X-Men will push through. But if they just unload that clip of the M249, it is going to be a wall of hurt for these guys out of Team Flash. And they're definitely in for an unpleasant surprise. Oliver, he heard all those footsteps. Binek on the other side. And oh, there we go. The M249. Xavier also getting something in return. And he goes out just like that. Members of Team Flash unable to respond as they slowly fumble. Midneck does go for an exchange on that barrel, getting tagged out by Savior.
1v1 right now. Xavier with the shotgun on the other side. But Xavier is not able to do it. And Hong Voltage became the hero of Team Flash.
Holy smokes. I thought that there's a lot more in the tank for the side of the X-Men. They actually played it off really, really well. But Hung, he's just absolutely savage in that fight. And down towards that battle, they've already isolated just about enough space between themselves, and that tag throughout that door into the main corridor is the difference maker. Doesn't matter even if they brought that M249. Sharper Esports, they heard all that noise, they kind of want in, but they don't really know how many members survive. I guess they kind of lost count on the kill feed.
Yeah, because it went crazy at some point. It's like you're starting to look at it as like, oh, okay, who actually won that fight? Oh, how many people are there left? And they're like, okay, maybe it's just too much. We'll hang on for now. We'll hang on for now. But Sharper Esports, okay, again, we have them on screen very early on. Hopefully this time they'll be able to hang on a bit longer because it's only KM99 alone here against TDT.
Whoever settles the scores well enough and still has 4 members to actually survive, they can just hang on over to the south side. But oh, he just hopped on the wrong timing. The happenstance is real, and Hong Av just pummels him down with this 2x scope on the UMP, and Sharper Esports just like that loses one. But Hunter's arriving rather late, hoping to actually draw an exchange as Irv does actually get that pick off to avenge his fallen teammate. I wouldn't really trust him just yet. The rest of TDT, upon arrival, we'll see a little bit more entanglement as they just arrive around the compound. Sharper Esports will actually commit to this one. Jedi has already cut over on the flank, but he's also soaking some damage from June.
And June from the side. Oh no, he turned his back on his opponent, and it was punished for that. And Zhu from top of this building, he sees his target, but not able to land those shots. Oh no. At the same time, he exposed himself. Now with the barrel, continue to defend his ground. But Zhu, oh, he's forced to jump down now. Oh, he still has that little corner that he can play with.
He's got to rescue his teammates as well. I mean, they're slowly depleting. Zayu definitely is somebody that will be able to actually hold down the line. Jun definitely needs to receive enough cover for this pickup to actually happen, but Thunder's absolutely keeping up to the pressure. And even spots him out. Oh, Vanley! He gets the headshot. That is pivotal. They can turn the tides around right now. TDT, they just really have to close the distance.
Oh, need to reset quickly. As right now, it's going to be Vanguard on the lower ground. Okay, both of these players know exactly where they are now, while Earths retreats behind, tries to take a different angle. And again, it's going to be Vanguard securing that point. Sharper Esports, another early elimination.
And here comes Team Flash. This feels like a Royal Rumble right now. I mean, we're going back-to-back fights. There's always something about game 6 on each respective days that there's just a little bit more trading to be done. And Team Flash, they're just about to see where they could be the vultures in this skirmish. DDT just about to recover themselves. It's definitely taking a while before they get this pickup onto Zayu. Or they're just about taunting each other. Now Zayu is going to be A-okay. But take a look at how careful Long X has been. He's trying his best not to even make any form of noise. And look at Team Flash. The rest are slowly rallying into the same quarter, having a little bit of support coming from Midneck as well. So smart approaches coming from Team Flash. They already won that battle, which we saw inside of the corners of Resort. And they're not quite done yet.
Here's TDT taking care of that area. They probably have a hunch that the Team Flash is around the corner. But while we wait for that to happen, we're going to move forward to Cerberus Esports. Okay, we see them traveling across, and there's another team across the horizon. Okay, but anyway, they're going to evade that. That's going to be the Expendables there. So it's not going to be a big issue. But the Expendables, we now do have Delwyn here, pretty much alone in this warehouse with Marcus below him. And I don't think Delwyn knows.
Maybe if there's going to be a little bit of hunch if Tanvu on the hillside will be able to provide any form of information gathering. But for most part, I guess Delwyn is absolutely clueless. But in this regard, I guess that Marcus won't be having any form of chance to pick off because Delvin is already skirting off to an absolute different direction. As much as we last saw the circle to be pretty far down towards the southeast, I guess that there's still a lot of all these areas upon the valley for them to be able to leverage some high ground terrain. So on the outskirts of Los Lunas is where plenty of all these teams are currently situated at the moment. But of course, not forgetting certain teams are late movers to the scene. It seems like Team Flash are going for a little bit more longer commitment up against these members of TAT. Shots now being fired, as we can see BNEC also driving directly into this area to provide enough backup for the rest of Flash to close up this fight. Oh, BNEC though!
Oh, okay. Here comes the cavalry right now. Oh, BNEC actually got knocked, and it's actually ZZ from eArena stealing away that kill point. TDT continues to survive though. Anyway, Zayu now will pick up his teammate. They will be back as a duo, and they will need to continue to defend this guy because, yes, right now it's only Team Flash, but who knows? Another team might come by.
Yeah, eArena especially. They're going to feel really happy about this situation because this is a team that has been playing around Puerto Paraiso throughout the play-in stages and feels absolutely at home when they cut by the quarters of paradise. And it's like, oh, okay. Looks like there's a little bit of business for the bunnies where these two teams are just coming up against each other. And resources are slowly thinning out. There's only a couple of all these smokes for them to actually pop. So he's just looking through the doorway. Does get the headshot. Umfodish with that blue zone grenade, just making sure that there's not much of these areas for them to actually overextend. Does have the Molotov. Zayu tries to hold down the line, but other than that Molotov, there's really not much room to cover. Well, Umfodish, he does go for the pop shotgun, and Umfodish secures it.
What a move that was. That was a clutch there, 1v2, and he eliminated the entire TDT by himself. Beautifully executed, very, very technical indeed, and he even bought himself some time to reset at the ground floor before going up to the second floor to finish up the job.
But you gotta also say that it has been rather costly for Team Flash because they had 3 members prior to that, and the rest of TNT has managed well enough that they managed to eventually secure some of all these pickoffs. And oh my, are we even getting any form of land to play with this kind of circle? We're going directly at the edge of Puerto Paraiso. eArena, they're looking for a spot that has been their home for the longest of time, but they're far from home at this moment. Certainly, there's no spotted man inside of this lobby, but somebody's got to at least sling around with these vehicles and hoping that they can find any form of cover at all.
And look at all the emergency pickups right now. Everyone's calling the cavalry. Everyone's like, okay, nope, we're not going to travel on foot. We're not going to travel on vehicle, on land. We're just going to fly in there. We're going to fly in as quickly as possible to get the best spots. If not, it will be all taken by the other teams. AG Global, one of them, they have arrived. T5 in front of them, but they managed to find a compound for them to rest and relax.
Well, do we really get to rest and relax overall? I don't think the players do, neither of us over onto these hot mics, because we're definitely bound for a lot of action as we speak of it. Marcus, he tries to go for the shorelines, but it's not even safe from harm's way as Evil Patrick finally getting into the thick of action. HAPPIE Squad has already gotten this side pretty much blockaded with a trap.
And here comes Evil Patrick, looking for his next target. Okay, he kind of knows that a player from WDG is in front of him. It's just a matter of getting the right angle. But speaking about angle, from the other side, inside, getting an angle now, trying to secure that elimination point from afar with a Mini 14, but not able to get it yet. Very, very slick of WDG. But now 6, 7, 8, 9 passing by. Evil Patrick just right in front of him. And 6, 7, 8, 9, 53 health left. He's making a U-turn. He's actually going in for it. But now he's stuck. But they got Evil Patrick instead.
Wow, the drive-by is insane. Valiant effort coming from the WDG members to try to turn the tides around. And just like that, catches Evil Patrick through that position. And that has been pivotal for them to open a little bit more space to play. Now, HAPPIE Squad, they were spread out across the field. So I don't think they could do much about the situation, but has to just allow the space for WDG to pass.
And here comes FW. From the emergency pickup, let's see if they'll be able to land safely. So far, so good. They managed to find a spot. Now they need to buy a little bit more time for them to all reset. It should be okay since all the other teams, they're kind of busy with each other. Gonna share the same area with eArena, and eArena, they're actually coming towards FW.
Yeah, they're finding themselves a spot in between AG Global as well as eArena. Two tough teams to go up against, but of course, they're happy to at least make the cut for the moment. They could absolutely have the capabilities to eventually take charge of either side of the fights. AG Global, just ensuring that nobody actually goes around their area as a pufferfish for a tad bit. FW Esports seems to be pretty locked in because they know for a fact that there's almost nothing behind them, so they could just further commit into this altercation. While Windy Gaming, they definitely see some movement coming from vehicles, and that's Decimate Gaming just cutting right across. RIP. Still not being safe just yet, so they will really have to cut their losses. And this is just absurd. Just look at this area of play. Is there any land at all? eArena, this is going to be their time to shine. There is going to be that quarter of a lighthouse, or is the lighthouse still there? I am uncertain, but Forest Natural Gaming, they finally squeezed right through, right underneath the southern corners of the shorelines, while the rest of FW Esports, they're happy where they're at. They are going to be pretty close to center as we see the flares being popped. FW Esports, they really got to see if they could just get any form of cover for the longest time, because as much as this compound is giving them a little bit of a safety net, you expect many teams to be moving towards this direction from phase 4 onwards.
Yeah, while the teams are moving towards the southern side, notice is the Expendable. Last we saw them, they're on the outside the circle, now making their way in, while their closest competitors, eArena, has the circle, pretty comfortable in the middle of it. So now the challenge is for the Expendables to try to get in safely, that is. If not eArena, they will have the best chance to overtake the Expendables at the #1 spot.
Speaking of which, this kind of circles is anybody's game out there. eArena might actually have some ooze of confidence play around this vicinity, but I guess that there's just going to be a lot of crowd towards the direction as well. Scappy receiving the exchange, and Cinzy with his marksman capabilities to be able to seek him from right down under. So eArena, they were from that prior position. They climb up the hillside, just understanding that if it's going to be the late game, that isn't exactly the best spot to actually be at.
Yeah, so it also depends on whether the circle pulls away. So let's see. We'll keep an eye on that one, because in a minute more, you see the next phase of the circle is going to be phase 4. I'm curious to know what's happening on the northern side, if the Expendables is able to get in safely. But a lot of teams actually playing in the middle of the circle, and I totally understand it, because you want to get like the high grounds, you want to get those elevations in. So a lot of teams will want to try to pick those spots. And on the south, we do see 2 different teams here, including WDG, managed to slide their way into the circle. And from Puerto Paraiso, it's going to be Decimate Gaming coming in as well.
Oh, looks like we do have big packages for the side of FW to claim later on. I mean, they call in for the flare. This is the reason why. I mean, they got to ensure that they could just have the best arsenal of weapons to defend themselves for now. While we do see there are exchanges happening across the field, Cerberus Esports holding down up against the rest of QiWA. QiWA finding themselves by the edge, and not exactly the spot they really want to be at, but there's just no options left available. They just really have to brute force their way out and scrap for their lives at this moment. And they're just by the borderline, but there's just too many players. Theerathon 5 Cerberus. If they go further south, there's also Daytrade members. Humvo Dish somehow finds himself on the outskirts, but Lambao is going to be able to pin down Chimoy over on the outskirts. Trick still trying to make the cut in with this Mirado that is solely tumbling over onto the bumps, but there's barely enough room. Haisaki lands a headshot, and that's the end of QiWA once again.
And Cerberus Esports scores that one. QiWA, unfortunately, will end the day at number 16, but we have still a good amount of games left. It's not all lost yet for QiWA. Anyway, now focusing on to the remaining games or the remaining teams in this round. 12 more teams to go, and the circle did chip away. And now Decimate Gaming, they do not have the circle. It's going to be HAPPIE Squad in front of them. HAPPIE Squad tapping away on the Decimate Gaming. Decimate Gaming praying that they'll be able to slide in, and so far so good.
Look at how many teams desperate for a position right now. Decimate in between members of the side of WDG. They did not know because they were all too focused onto these members of Theerathon 5 firing over onto their direction. And even WDG has got their of their own, trying to actually stay afloat. HAPPIE Squad just trying to attack their way out. So I guess all these players are absolutely bunched up inside Puerto Paraíso. So they just got to really find whatever points necessary. While Olympus gets the tag over onto the members of TE. So the Expendables, they're just being held back for the slightest bit while the exchanges are going on. Decimate Gaming, how are they supposed to even get into the zone?
I know, right? It's so near yet so far. But at the same time, let's not forget, the last player of WDG, or the second last player of WDG, is actually behind Decimate Gaming. So they could be surprised by him if they're not careful. They left him behind early on. They didn't know that he was there in the area of Puerto Paraíso. But anyway, right now, both of them will need to get into the circle with the Expendables in the same situation. But at least they have the high ground.
Yeah, the Expendables, they're an absolute daredevil to be playing through the streets, but of course, there's still a little bit of cover while the rest of the teams are busy sitting on top of those hills. HAPPIE Squad also making a dash of their own. AG Global finding a couple of members of Theerathon 5, while Empty kind of fumbled his vehicle and got blood pretty much crumbling as they try to make their entry into the zone. Climbing up the hillside, a really difficult task for some of the guys coming from land down under, but they did manage to make it past.
Whoa.
As they squeeze into the center of the zone with a really bold move. Good going for the side of Decimate, but HAPPIE Squad already about to do exactly the same to get picked off by Tadvu. Oh,
but even though Decimate, they managed to get inside, got knocked, but he's not out yet, so he can still be safe. But okay, that is it. He must actually got him, and that's going to be Decimate Gaming playing without one of their teammates. Anyway, they still get the circle, and look who else is there. It's eArena.
I'm not exactly surprised on how well eArena has been able to play out that zone, playing around that compound, but that compound is about to be challenged by some members of Daytrade on the edge. Well, Flash, or FW Esports, just trying to seek something, but T-Doy somehow lurks around the corners of the wall. I'm not too sure if he has any of a hunch at all to know that there is somebody lurking right by. Mortars are also being shot across the field. FW Esports, now it's their turn to actually make the way across. T-Doy! Oh, surprise, Banana slipped by the edge.
Yeah, I was worried for Banana one, and at the other day, T-Doy chose to pull the trigger, getting that knock. Now T-Doy, time to get in, time to reset, but he's not safe yet. He needs to get to the circle, and look at how far he is from the circle. It's not far though, but he needs to cross that road. It's gonna be super tough. No vehicles, no nothing. He can't pull a Decimate.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough because that is going to be a very easy target for the rest of these squads to spray. But throughout the course of the skirmishes, WDG somehow has pinned out a vast majority of all these FW members early on. So, of course, that is going to be tough for them to actually work around with only Tong K left standing in the way. And Theerathon 5 is around that corner. Tito is going to be able to find Tadvu as well. The Expendables have been eliminated. And it's all in the hands of WDG, playing from below with only 2 members. And Team 5 might just be the next on the chopping block with the rest of Decimate pointing their guns at him. Monty finds one. And same goes to Empty as they slowly wither out the rest of the pack coming in from Theerathon 5. Now only down to Rustin, Patapong, as well as Fluky. They're trying to see if they could get something in return as they're staring down the face of these members of WDG as they've been causing plenty of hurt for them to even make it deeper over on the hills.
And at the same time as well, because the Expendables, they have been eliminated, eArena now has the opportunity to overtake the Expendables, or maybe even Daytrade Gaming, because they have a full squad still. And now for T5. Okay, trying to get into the circle still, but at least they have the high ground. Looking over at the lower ground where WDG is at. WDG is 6, 7, 8, 9. Will be taken out by Patapong, and Fluky will secure that point.
Look at how swiftly they're just charging right through. The moment that they've recovered, they have all eyes over onto these members of WDG, just trying to zone them away. Somehow TDA just managing to squeeze past the streets. Daytrade still not really on that full commitment up against the rest of eArena, as they absolutely understand the risk of it. But this is where the tides will turn to the fates of certain teams. But for Daytrade and eArena, they're happy where they're at. So it's just going to be a tight squeeze for some of these members over on Nerf. AG Global will have to leave some of the compounds, as we are already looking at the trades happening. Forest Natural Gaming, they have finally made the top 7 cut. And somehow there's still more work to be done in order to squeeze more placement points. Not really having the best of elimination points, but at least it's something that Forest Natural Gaming can slowly secure if they could just pick off some of these Theerathon 5 members who are going to struggle to look for that zone.
And again, eArena, they have the circle still. Now they're going to play the gatekeeping role against Forest Natural Gaming. Okay. And also to know that Forest Natural Gaming actually is still in the game. So that's one of their best surviving games so far today. Now looking to take out eArena. But eArena, they have a fortress here. If only they can find an advantage by getting a nade in, getting a knock, then maybe they can try to overtake eArena.
And eArena is also pushing out at the same time. And that nade! Oh, Olympus also catching out. Scappy Larynx is a monster, as these bunnies are definitely ready to pounce right now. eArena not overcommitting, but also keep in mind, they've been keeping their eyes over onto these cores. They want to take over. eArena finding themselves pretty much squeezed pretty tightly. They do have a little bit more of that wiggle room, but eArena does not want to overcommit.
Oh, no Rins. Almost got his target. If only it was a headshot, then maybe he would have gotten the knock. But anyway, still defending his ground pretty well so far. So good for eArena. Still a full squad. But at the same time, they not only have to take care of Forest Natural Gaming, but behind them, Daytrade Gaming is also looking down.
Yeah, look at the form of the push coming out of Theerathon 5. They just hunker down. They just slowly seek out some of the members of Decimate Gaming, which is bunched up inside of the shack, so they've been able to at least get that one sorted. Only 2 points so far for Decimate, although they did manage to make that deep run. It has been a wild ride as they were just cutting across, coming into areas like Porto Paraiso. So they've absolutely done the best that they could, just couldn't really find all too much to convert. Meanwhile, for Forest Natural Gaming, this is their best chance that they could ever get up against eArena. Now, 2 members bunch inside of the compound. It's going to be a full flush being sent in. Kiss Olympus, they're going to be looking over on the staircase, and the trade went on well. Susie, Larynx, how on earth did they just shred out the entirety of Forest just like that?
And not losing a single player in the process. eArena, another perfect execution for them. Perfect defense for eArena. Oh man, that was crazy, but now they have to lick their wounds and they need to recover quickly because it's time for them to leave the combat to get into the circle.
Ooh, I thought there was something that could be done by Forest to even go in for a certain 1-for-1 trade. But eArena, they're just way too good. Meanwhile, Theerathon 5, they have seeked out Jacob running out in the open. That's going to be an instant trade-off with Rossington Jr. already priming that grenade. They gotta cut their losses for now. Larynx unwilling to let go of his teammate. He's already putting up a couple of all these trail of smoke in order for them to be able to go in for a pickup. But here comes Stuckmine, AG, the Vietnamese going up against each other.
Oh, from the lower ground, you got Party for it. Cerberus Esports coming in, looking for more targets. Gonna be the final player of AG Global. Eliminated. Number 5 for AG Global. Top 4 teams left.
What a push coming out. Cerberus Esports, that was absolutely clean. They just overtake the rest of AG Global. Despite AG having the priority of that position, they were just unworried. They heard all that noise coming from the side of T5, and they got slightly distracted. Theerathon 5 now focusing on to the rest of the members of eArena. But also remember this, the Hounds are on top of the hill. They could just slowly charge up against T5.
And here comes Cerberus Esports from the northern side. Nobody is in front of them. Well, at least not as close. Maybe T5, but even T5, they're like on the lower ground. So Cerberus Esports, so far, they had the best position possible. That might change in phase number 8. But for the next 40 seconds, they're pretty solid.
They can actually just hold on to the edges for the moment. Going down to phase 8, if it just closes directly in the center, there's just going to be a lot of teams just struggling to even make that space. You can see how some angles are unplayable while you have Cerberus over on top side of the hill. eArena might just be happy enough to be working through that lower end, as they will be slightly undetected, other than having the rest of Theerathon 5 locking out their far eastern quarter of the map. But Daytrade, so far, they've received all that information up against eArena. They haven't really made any form of advancement. As a matter of fact, they're just trying to take charge up against these members of Cerberus over the hillside, as Larix tries to see if there's going to be any way to actually squeeze past, and eArena is furthest away from the zone right now.
eArena, they still need to get into the zone. It's right in the middle. Nobody's truly in it. Daytrade Gaming is going to come in from the left side as well. But Cerberus Esports still with a high ground advantage. They see Daytrade Gaming. They're trying to find a good angle. Daytrade Gaming, they're forced to move. 25 more seconds before the zone starts to close, and Theerathon from the lower ground. You see Cerberus Esports, he will get solo Z, and that's going to be his first target. Immediately point taken.
Tough luck on that repeat as well. So Lawsy was hoping for the chance to pick up Taego, but that was just a really tight space, and the moment that he pops up, immediately appears over on the crosshair of Taego. But look at what we have here. Couple of flashes, step blades, all thrown over inside of Haisaki. Fluky is soaking up the damage, and lost how it drops to 10. Somehow stays afloat, but the Blue Zone's already closing right in. The rest of Cerberus, wipe away. Theerathon with a crazy nade coming from Labao. But now, here comes the rest of Daytrade trying to answer back. They're charging down the hillside to take on the rest of eArena. They know that their backs are exposed up against Daytrade, so they're just looking for Hill Manipulating, full setting it up against the rest of the eArena members. But that's not quite enough. Jacob and Larix again to wipe the floor clean.
And eArena, they did it all the way from the lower ground. But hang on, it's not over yet, because now Daytrade Gaming is coming for the high ground. The ball is still active, and Belmont knocked down by Jacob. They're looking for the next target. Belmont will be eliminated. eArena, they have the man advantage. 4v3 at this moment. They will charge in. Larry takes a lot of damage from before the trigger. Trigger will be taken out. 2 more to go. No risk from the other side. eArena now on the killing spree with 11 elimination points. Looking for Flash. Flash going to be the final player. And eArena with the chicken dinner.
And they are on a spree right now, and they know this place like the back of their hands. Porto Paraiso is where they always start off from. They make their way into that area of play, and they just have full confidence to close out that match, despite their backs pretty much exposed to Daytrade, despite Cerberus charging upon them. You saw how Larix and Susie has been working as a dynamic duo to take everybody on, and the rest was history. A massive victory. eArena might just actually surge all the way to the top to hold that #1 position.
Oh man, you can give them the advantage, cool. They can defend their ground, cool. You take the advantage away from them, but yet they're still able to bring it onto the other team to score this chicken dinner. This is an insane round for eArena. Very, very consistent play from eArena themselves. And looking over at the highlights, Sharper Esports, it was an okay start for them, but then again, the inconsistency by Sharper Esports, that needs to be fixed in day 2.
Yeah, but of course, still valiant effort coming in from all these fights being picked up. Team Flash, they were on the haul, winning out that trade up against Xavage, and then take on even more of these members of TDT. HAPPIE SWAT and Lee's got themselves into some of all these massive fights to try to blockade even the likes of WDG. But even with 2 members, WDG, they lasted absolutely long into this matchup. DCM, you saw how they moved into Porto Paraiso, and then they noticed that circle shifted over on the hillside. They went for a Hail Mary, move up the hill, but of course, could only last for so long, where they did manage to secure just about 2 points. despite all these challenges, I think that it's been a very technical battle on how teams have to really keep themselves into the best possible defensive cover throughout the course of these terrains, which has been the hardest to do. Even Forest surviving so long, but did not actually convert much to begin with.
Oh, but I gotta give it to Decimate Gaming as well. I really love their movement there. But okay, we gotta highlight this fight, right? Forest. It was close for Forest, but again, eArena, they are on fire. Even though Forest came in like what? Like from the rooftop to the ground floor, they got them surrounded, but eArena is still able to overcome Forest. And look at this, eArena, they don't have the circle, they don't have the high ground. The ground was against them, and they had to fight against Cerberus Esports first. And they had to like climb the hill to fight against Daytrade Gaming. I mean, it was everything against them, but nothing stopped them from scoring their chicken dinner.
Can I just say that nade from Lambao was golden to just shred out the rest of Theerathon 5? But of course, pay close attention right here. Jacob, Sizzy, and as well as Lyrics. These three members, the staple names out here, of course, added with Norris, who have joined in from Daytrade so far, to be able to not only rack big numbers, but the damage output is just out of this world on how they just treat all these fights as if it was a walk in the park.
Oh, absolutely insane, right? They made it look easy. Especially for Lyrics, who's our MVP this round with 5 kills, 486 damage, 4 knockouts, a 34% point contribution, and a survival time of 30 minutes and 9 seconds. I mean, honestly speaking, at this point, you can pick the entire squad of eArena. Everyone did their part, everyone did it well, and that's why they scored the chicken dinner as a team.
Yeah, wherever Lyrics is, you could be pretty darn sure that Sizzy's gonna be backing him up all the time. Every time we see that feed running well, it's always been the two of their names coming in, and this is a massive 22-pointer. Coming in closely is Cerberus Esports, where I think that there's a lot to talk about, where there's plenty of all these Vietnamese teams that did see a resurgence into this very final game. But despite that, it was such a tough map to actually play out, where for most part the first 3 phases you still see plenty of that coverage inside of the waters, which is absolutely unplayable. So there could only be either the city of Puerto Paraiso or the hillside, which if you take the hillside, you gotta find ways to defend yourself well enough, which eArena was calling for the compound to be the main play, and that paid off, and now eArena sits at the top.
Oh yeah, they're at the throne right now with 81 points. 13 points gap between themselves and also the Expendable. The Expendable dropped to second place, but then again, it's not the end of the world yet. I mean, we have like 3 more days to go, so tons of games more to go for the overalls to change. QiWA, unfortunately, at number 16 right now, but there's still games for them to recover.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of all these room, but if we look at the massive disparity of points for those who are over on the second portion of the leaderboards, right? For those who are at the bottom 4, it's definitely very concerning signs, where how much of a big run do you need to pull off in order to catch up to some of all these heavy hitters that's been so consistent. You can absolutely argue that Daytrade, Cerberus Esports, the Expendables, and of course, not forgetting eArena right now, are taking charge of almost every single one of these maps. It is just leaving just... well, you can say that they ate and left no crumbs, so that's what the Gen Z's been saying, right? But right now, like, if there's even any crumbs at all, like, it's barely enough for them to actually get by into the top 4, because these 3 days of games to be played out, they really got to prove themselves that they are worthy contenders to meet the rest of all these teams in the international circuit.
I gotta learn all these Gen Z terms, man. I mean, the only crumbs that I know of is crumbs that you can eat. That's all. And speaking about eating, getting hungry right now. It is towards the end of the day, and it's starting to get pretty late here where we are. So ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank all of you for watching today. Tomorrow, we will be back on the broadcast. Same time, same channel. So do not miss out tomorrow. See you guys again. Bye.
Mày 咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我但係努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無解，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住。就份第三，就份復習，你身份住好個月，出咗你就不斷念書。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不如飛。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我但係努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無解，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，單就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想份第三，就份復習，個身份住好個月，出咗你就不斷念書。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡。成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益。看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我手份對手，就份復習，個身份最好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂。